Meeting to order. This is the General Policy Committee meeting, July 23rd, 2020, still 2020. We have a quorum present, and we will have Ms. Kessler clerking the meeting for us today. Welcome, Ms. Kessler. We're glad to have you. And so we need a motion to adopt our agenda.
So moved. Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Hayes Santos, seconded by Commissioner Ariola. Madam Clerk, can we move to a vote on that motion, please?
Commissioner Johnson? Absent. Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes 6-0 with Commissioner Johnson absent. Commissioner Johnson, I believe, is listening in. She's in transit right now and expects to join us via Zoom by 1:30, I think, at the latest. But I
believe that she's joined.
All right,
she
great.
Might be on video, but she is here.
Right on, great. Hi, Commissioner Johnson. We're glad you're with us. Okay, with that, we have 4 items on our agenda today. We're going to discuss our pending referrals and how we might want to schedule those. What I'm really hoping to do, commissioners, is schedule our next 4 General Policy Committee meetings. We can add things if we need to, if things pop up and arise that we need to address quickly. We've sort of already got the first meeting in August agended. We have, of course, the housing item on there, which will take, every bit of time I believe we have. So we're really talking about 3 GPC meetings that take us through the end of the fiscal year through September. And then, I think I'd like to revisit it after that to figure out October through December, in other words, the first quarter. And then we have our race and equity goal update. I'm looking very forward to that. I know Ms. Marshall has been looking forward to this as well. I expect that to take the bulk of our time today. Then the city manager is going to talk to us a little bit about pension obligation bonds and answer any outstanding questions about the budget that may have arisen between our last discussion and today. And then finally, an update on the conversation that the manager's been having with the superintendent about funding for school resource officers. So with that, we do have a pending referral list. Madam Clerk, did you want to mention anything at this point, or do you just really want to turn it over to the commission for a discussion?
I believe that maybe Mr. Folston
Sure.
would like to comment.
Yeah. Our policy director, Mr. Folston, welcome. We're glad you're with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think, Mayor, you've summed it up very well today. The point of today's meeting is to try to schedule out as many of those items as you can for the meeting, so that when the new fiscal year starts, we can start again doing an administrative session. So I just want to turn it over to you guys so we can go ahead and start scheduling. You are correct. August the 13th is already basically done with equitable development. I have on mine, I don't know if this is accurate, Mayor, so you can definitely correct me, for August the 27th, some type of budget discussion. I could be off on that, but those are the only 2 things that I see right now that are currently planned.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Folston. And I think really that August 27th is a placeholder meeting, a placeholder item. We did discuss earlier, I think all of us, but especially Commissioner Johnson, I wanted to make sure that we had some fluidity before we took action at the first and second reading in September. So yeah, we'll definitely leave that on there and be able to discuss if there's a specific direction we want to give to the city manager as we move into a final adoption. And then we have a long referral list, many of which have been heard on some level. But so I'm just going to share my I guess it's an opinion. We just had a really extensive and I feel like productive strategic planning session, and we really came out of that with some priorities. In many cases, unanimous priorities, but in any case, overwhelming consensus amongst most of the commission about what we wanted to focus our efforts on, and we're going to be, I think, reinforcing that in a little bit here when we get an update on the racial equity plan and how those two overlay. And so I'm just, for me, at least for the next 4 General Policy Committee meetings, including the one that we mostly have scheduled, the first meeting in August, which is the 16th. Am I right on that date?
13th, Mayor.
13th. Okay, thank you. I want to give us an opportunity to address the items in our referral list that directly relate to those priorities set in our strategic plan, and some of the other, I think, front burner issues that we've all been discussing and that our community is discussing as well. So, I feel like housing very much fits within that with our meeting on the 13th. And so if we could look through some of these other pending referrals and pull out the ones that kind of meet those descriptions, I think we set ourselves up very favorably heading into the new fiscal year, giving staff direction on some policy recommendations that fit with those discussions we've had, so we can really hit October 1 at full steam. Staff gets clear direction from us. There's no question about what we want to see happen and how we want our resources to be prioritized, and let our community participate in those conversations, really get the message out. This is what we're going to be discussing in the next 8 weeks, and so they can prepare. Just to give you an idea, there, in my own neighborhood newsletter that got sent around, said the commission may be discussing inclusionary zoning today, which perhaps we could. I don't think that's likely to happen, but people are interested out there in these things that we're talking about, and I think are ready to engage in these conversations. So that was a long-winded way of saying I think that we as a commission have been pretty consistent over the last several weeks here in what our priorities are and what we want to try to see move forward. And I think there are some definite items in our pending referral list that fit within that framework that would allow us to do that. So, with that, I will turn it over to the commission and listen to your all's thoughts. And if staff has any, this is the other thing. If staff has anything on this list that you believe is really important that we discuss and take action on because it's sort of holding you up on whether or how you move forward, the commission would like to hear from you as well, so we make sure that we understand where you are on those things. So first we'll turn to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. I only have one item that was scheduled in Q1, but we had to push it. I don't remember the exact reason, and then COVID happened. But the discussion on degendering our city ordinances, I'd like to schedule that for some period. I don't have a specific date, but that's the only item other than, I don't know if we want to have something maybe in later September, maybe to discuss kind of housing stuff again too. I don't know if we want to set aside some time on that or just call a special meeting, because I don't think we're going to have everything. We have a meeting on 13th, right? August 13th on housing or on zoning kind of stuff. I think we're probably going to have another meeting from actions that we take at that and coming back. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I see a special meeting, at least one special meeting coming out of that 13th meeting. And just to kind of bear in mind, our second GPC meeting in September will be after our final adoption of the budget. And so we don't really need to worry about kind of budget related stuff at that meeting. It will already be done. And so it does offer us a little more flexibility, I think, with that one. But degendering, and after we hear from the commissioners, I love an update from the attorney on where that is. And, you know, if you all are ready to have a conversation today, not today, but if you're basically ready to have a conversation, whatever the commission is on that, or if you need more direction or more time, how much of either of those do you need so we can work on scheduling that? Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So looking at the initial list, I think there's a lot here where we would need to sort of go through updates because they've been heard, but they haven't reached some type of a resolution. So I will skip all of those that I noticed and just go to the ones that I think we need to be carrying on into future discussions. The first one that jumps out at me is the Job Corps Center. I actually recently being, of course, over a month ago, went to go visit the Job Corps Center site. And I've been talking with management about ways that we can continue to be an advocate for reopening that center or finding a partnership to, you know, not let that really great center go to waste. So I'd like for us to continue talking about that. And perhaps there's some good updates that we can give you. And then besides that, I feel like a good focus for this time, the timing of our discussions, really having more conversations about youth development and youth out of school time activities, at least having a discussion about that. And then a lot of the other things we can tie into our other discussions that we've set up because we have sort of coalesced around the same issues.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to know from the policy department what's currently in the pipeline, and also looking at the neighborhood bill of rights, something we were speaking about early on, doing a deeper dive into that. I think that would really fit well with the housing component. If we can revisit the neighborhood bill of rights and other alternatives to get the neighborhoods engaged more, I think we need to focus on an area of that as we move forward. And I just really would like to get a sense of where we are in the pipeline on certain projects or referrals.
Okay, great, Commissioner Simmons. And Mr. Folsom, I'm going to hold off on you for just a sec because there might be other things that other commissioners bring up that you can reply to as well, but we'll certainly that list, Commissioner Simmons' update on the what's pending out there and sort of where you are in process of some of those research items. And then neighborhood bill of rights, we'll circle back around to that. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons.
Okay. That's it for right now. Thank you.
Right on. Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that, you know, going forward with the GPC meetings and just with the time that we're in, I think that kind of remaining a little bit more fluid is best at this point. So I would like to see us make sure that we leave space for issues that you know, are coming up as we go through this pandemic. Two, the neighborhood bill of rights is something that I think should be on an agenda item. And three, at the meeting, the last race and equity meeting that we had yesterday, we talked a little bit about it's really time because of really the time that we're in. A lot of the race and equity items that we've been talking about should be elevated to the commission level, you know, sooner rather than later. So we talked about doing that, and I think it's appropriate to think about doing that either, you know, at GPC or the commission. So one thing that is upcoming that we talked about is workforce equity, and we're going to be tackling that sometime in September. And I'm hoping that we can at least put a placeholder at the last GPC meeting to talk about workforce equity. But otherwise, I'd like to see us have discussions about the race and equity items that we've been talking about, either once or twice a month, either GPC or the commission.
Yeah, completely concur. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. And well, I'll come back to your first point because I think that's an important thing to consider. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few things that need to be updated, I think, because they get lost otherwise. I would like an update on where we are with apprenticeships and hard to hire ordinance. That's something that's about 2 years old. I just would like an update on where we are and what the status is. And I don't know if that's a GPC thing or if it's a regular commission thing, but I get the feeling that it's not going to be dealt with if we don't agenda it. Buffer zones around medical facilities. We asked for specific items on that. We directed the city manager to work with the city attorney to collect data existing on medical facilities that provide women's health care in the city. Number two, to look at existing laws and how they can be improved or better enforced, and to review data and staff come back with recommendations on buffer zones to protect access to medical facilities. That was February 13th, and I know a lot has gone on since then, but again, if we don't demand that it move forward, it won't move forward. A thing that I don't think I saw on here, but that it's probably time that we get scheduled so that we're not behind the 8 ball on it, is legislative priorities, particularly Florida legislative priorities. This is a normal session. It doesn't start until March, but they'll be doing committee work in November, January. So we need to know what it is we want them to do for us before they start their committee work. And if we don't schedule that, it'll be too late. And we've done that in the past, not always, but we've done that in the past. We've waited until it was really too late and then tried to cobble together something at the last minute. I would love for us to invite our state lobbyists to come talk to us and for us to have a plan prior to that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, we have Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you. So because some of these, almost all of these, came up before I was around, I don't know if it's a matter of an update to see where they are. But the ones that I really would like to hear in the next quarter if possible is the youth development framework. And I don't know if that can be coupled with the youth out of school time activities. But I am interested in those two, given that a lot of kids will be home and a lot of younger people may not going off to college, might just be sticking around town and not know what options they have. Where's the other one? And I agree with Commissioner Ward on getting an update on the matter of the apprenticeship and hard to hire, but also the living wage requirement for contractors. Because I think those were both sent back to staff to draft an ordinance and to see where they are on that. And there was one last one. The zero waste update, because I think the committee should have formed in May, according to the notes, but the world's ending. So I don't know if we got around to that. So I'd like an update on that one as well. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I want to go back to Commissioner Johnson's request for fluidity. I agree. We are going to have to be nimble, or agile, I guess is the buzzword these days, for organizational flexibility. at the same time, I don't know about all you, but I'm hearing from a lot of folks in our community, whether they be part of formal organizations and sort of activist networks, or individuals that have become more engaged and are trying to participate and just follow along more, wanting to know what's coming so they can prepare. So they can, with their groups, kind of get organized and do some research and read up and, basically not find out the week of or a couple days before an issue or item that we're discussing is there, and then sort of panicking to figure out like, okay, well, what do we do about this? In many cases, their organization not even being able to kind of meet and have a discussion and do any of the legwork that they're really wanting to do. So that's why I want to, the best we can, map out what we have coming, not just at GPC, but I'm going to, be asking staff for, what do you have coming down the pike for us that you need us to take action on that might not be commission initiated, but staff initiated, just so everyone's kind of aware of what's coming over the next couple months. With the understanding, and we can very clearly communicate this, there might be other things that come up and have an urgency to them that we will need to deal with more quickly. But at least whether it's an individual or a group of people can do the work that they want to do behind some of these important issues. And so I agree that what we decide today or what we schedule later on should not be interpreted as those are the only things we'll hear, or other things might not bump some of these things because there's just an urgency. I mean, I'm fully expecting as we move into September that there's going to be some things that we have to respond to and address once schools are back in session, and whatever that looks like at Santa Fe, UF, and K through 12. So we'll need to be able to deal with those if and when there's a need. For me, I very much believe that we need to elevate any pending issues or policy activity in the area of youth services, after and out of school services. And there's a lot of intersectionality between what that means, and so access to broadband and devices is part of that. Supporting good, positive health, physical and mental, is part of that. Supporting our families who, are all going to struggle, some much more than others, depending on, their home situation, whether they have, a solo parent working 2 jobs, or a parent that can stay home full time and help. And part of that too is furthering and strengthening those partnerships the city has with both private organizations that are providing youth services and the school system. So to me, that's really top of list. I mean, we've got to push really hard on that very quickly. It doesn't mean we can get everything done by first day of school, but we have to really, I feel, push hard as we move into the fall semester on youth services. For everything else, the only other specific one I'll comment on is Neighborhood Bill of Rights. I agree that there's a lot of congruity between that and some of the other housing and neighborhood issues we're going to discuss at the next meeting. So even if it's not ready in its final form, I know a lot of work's been done on that, and we can call it 80% ready to discuss and move forward, and perhaps 100%. but I think it fits well with what we're going to be discussing on the 13th. So I'd be perfectly comfortable moving that to that meeting, and maybe not necessarily as a separate item, just putting it in with neighborhoods and housing, and just allowing a broader portion of our neighbors to, a lot of people probably don't know about that and haven't been following as closely as some. And so at least they can get an update and become knowledgeable about it. And then I know that there are some things within that we can take action on that day that will support some other things we're trying to do. And other than that, I'm pretty flexible about the other items and other meetings. I mean, I certainly have no objection to anything that anybody said they wanted elevated. Mr. Folsom, let me go to you, and then I'll go back through the commissioners for a second round of comments.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. So I've jotted down several things. I'll go back to Commissioner Simmons. Well, let me go here first. I think something that has been universal is Neighborhood Bill of Rights, and it looks like we have consensus to move that to the 13th with the equitable development conversation. So I'm going to just mark that in. I know you guys haven't made a motion, but I'm just pointing that out, that that's something that got a lot of leeway. And then something else that got some considerable leeway from Commissioner Johnson, I think some of you were kind of agreeing, is how much we want to add in there the equity conversations in our GPC structure in terms of meetings as we move forward. Is something that came up. But in terms of Neighborhood Bill of Rights, Commissioner Simmons mentioned that as well in her comments. And then what's in the pipeline? So what's in the pipeline?
Mr. Folsom, I'm sorry to interrupt, but real quick here, because I don't want it to get lost. I agree with the suggestion by Commissioner Simmons about getting some of the race and equity committees in front of the commission. That what comes in front of us and when we can figure out in our next item on this agenda. So we'll get that update and then figure out, okay, what's the stuff that really, and so don't worry about that right now. We'll figure that out next time and get those things scheduled.
Thank you for that. So what's in the pipeline right now? We have a conversation that's going on. There's some research that's going on about healthcare. Multiple commissioners have mentioned a desire to want to have a conversation about healthcare. So that is something that's in the pipeline that I would probably recommend we schedule at a GPC meeting so that everybody can provide input on that conversation in terms of doing something in terms of healthcare in our community and for our community. And then right now, the other items that are in the pipeline, of course, are a CRP program for panhandling, again, is in there. Access to healthcare is an issue that's in the pipeline right now that we're looking at. Commissioner office staffing structure is in the pipeline right now. There is an item that's in the pipeline that I was knowing that was in the pipeline before I arrived, and it's a commission item. But I'm not sure how you want to do it. And it was titled Dollar Stores and Food Access, Mayor. So I'm not sure how you guys want to handle that, but that is in the pipeline. So I want to definitely get some direction on that. And then transitional employment programs, one of you have us researching that. And I think it kind of fits the youth conversation that several of you have brought up, because there's some transitional programs across the country that are active in terms of helping young people secure jobs and training skills. So we've identified that, and that's going to be coming back to you as well. And I think it aligns kind of with what you guys talk about from a youth perspective.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Folsom. Okay, let's go back around to the commission. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to address things that Commissioner Sacco and Commissioner Ward brought up. Commissioner Sacco on the zero waste committee. I think we probably should just schedule that for a city commission meeting and appoint people to it. I think that's all that needs to happen. I guess we extend the dates. That's my thoughts on that. And then you both mentioned the apprenticeship ordinance, and I think we should have a broader conversation than just on apprenticeship ordinance. I think we need to have a discussion on our ordinance drafting, and I don't believe that our ordinance drafting is working too well. Sometimes we have ordinances that take years. I have a list of 6 or 7 ordinances I just wrote down from times that the city commission has actually directed. We said, go draft an ordinance. And I know COVID's happening, but this is a consistent issue that I've noticed while I'm on the commission. It takes a very long time for ordinance to be drafting. I don't think should take 6 months to sometimes 2 years for ordinances to be drafted. So I'm wondering if the commission, I would like to get a better idea of our process and maybe what other places do, because I don't think we should wait that long to actually just have the ordinance drafted. But I had quick things like, we have given direction on the ordinance for apprenticeships. We gave an ordinance for the commission having to give approval for expanding electrical, gas, water, and wastewater lines past certain map areas. We had an ordinance that was supposed to come back for the urban reserve standards, and that was, I think, a year and a half ago, probably. An updated single-use plastic ordinance that was getting close to 10 months ago now. The living wage for contractors has been a while. And then the shorter one that was before COVID was plexiglass ordinance for covering of buildings. And I know COVID's happened, but I think we need to look at that process because I don't think it's working too well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. I also would like to revisit on page 14, we discussed the wild spaces and public places, presentations and updates. And we made a motion of March of this year to bring back or look at how the 8th and Waldo Road area. And I want us to start having that conversation again. And if we could get an update or bring that to the forefront. Thank you, Mayor.
Right on, yeah, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Excuse me. Thank you. A couple of comments I want to make. First, I want to reference back to an old analogy that we used to use, the clumpers and the lumpers for issues. I think that going along with some of the metaphoric language you were using about being fluid and agile, I think that if we find ways to put some of these together, at least for agenda item discussions, and see if we can give policy direction. For example, if we're going to discuss neighborhoods and housing, that would be an appropriate time to talk about a neighborhood bill of rights. If we're going to talk about youth development, that would probably be an appropriate time to talk about the Job Corps Center, seeing as how that prioritized youth services. So I think that would be better for us. So for us commissioners, at least for me, what makes the challenge in my mind there is how do we look at the referral list? How do we look at, Commissioner Jesus Santos, as you listed various different ordinances, how do we look at these different directions and clump them into discussions that are pertinent to each other, which I think we're figuring that out, and we will as we go on. I appreciate Mr. Folston bringing up the healthcare discussion. That's something that I know is some of the ideas that I've asked for research are a little outside of the discussion that we've already sort of initiated in terms of looking at our own healthcare services and our own healthcare options for our employees. And I know that was sort of part of the impetus for that conversation. So I think that all flows very well because I know that we'll need to hear updates for that. But also my conversations in that space has also tried to get the county commission to be a part of that because they're a huge part to play in that as well. And I'll just say this as far as the ordinances and direction, I'm a commissioner that is not shy about speaking up when I feel like we're not that we're not rowing in a good direction. But I will say this, a lot of the ordinances that we've given direction to, we don't fully fill out all of the specifics. And I think that we just need to be a little cognizant of expectations that we set. We have to, ordinances, we can't just say draft a broad ordinance. We have to give very, very, very specific. And we haven't always done that. And sometimes we have, but we haven't always done that. And so I just wanted to say that because we bear responsibility for that as well. And I would welcome that conversation.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that we haven't mentioned here, and maybe it needs its own meeting, maybe it's going to be its own agenda item at a commission meeting, I don't know. We need to have a discussion about the CRA. I am in the next fairly short period of time going to make some proposals that put some things in the hands of the CRA if you all agree with them. And with or without that sort of thing, we need an update. And we worked really hard. Staff worked really hard. Commission on both sides of the street worked very hard to get the new framework put together. I assume the advisory board is working hard, and shame on me for not knowing, but and for not being a part of that. But we're going to have that conversation. The rest of the community depends on us to move that forward. So I don't know if perhaps a general policy day is the right time to have a big discussion about the CRA or how we would like to handle that. But we need to. And then under a good thing about the previous arrangement of the CRA is that it had regularly scheduled meetings where we all had to show up and have discussions about it. And now that it's folded into the everyday practice of city government, we don't. So I would love to hear everyone's thoughts on that moving forward, but it's a thing we're going to have to start working with. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I was looking over the list again, and I feel like something that rose to the top during our strategic planning is community engagement. And I'm looking at the community engagement toolkit. So I would really like to get an understanding of how we're going to kind of fit that into our thinking going forward. I think it should be on a GPC meeting, but I think that also comes with some work that needs to be done on, by staff before that comes to us. So I'm wondering if maybe city manager has some thoughts about that, because it also falls into some of the race and equity work that we've been doing, or that we intend to do. Community engagement was a specific piece of that. So where are we with that, Manager Feldman?
Yeah, and Mr. Feldman, in answering that question, I also want to go around to staff to see if there's anything that you haven't heard that you do feel needs to get before us sooner rather than later, or any other comments on things that you've heard about, where they are in process, or any quick questions that you can answer. But specifically, if you'd start with the engagement, community engagement question.
Absolutely. So, community engagement and how we roll that out is one of the victims of COVID, because effective community engagement means convening our neighbors together to work through issues. And as you know, we're in a position right now where we can't do that, and we can't do that effectively, which has been frustrating, because a lot of the things that we want to talk about with the commission is going to be centered on community engagement and how we do that. So it's one of the issues that we've started grappling with as a staff on how can we effectively do community engagement in a COVID and immediate post-COVID environment. And we will be bringing you back some suggestions. So I think it would be appropriate to agendize this for a future GPC meeting. And it does fit in with the strategic plan, because your community engagement program enhancements was listed as a high priority of the commission. So as part of this process, and we'll be delivering to you the action plan and strategic plan at your August 6th meeting, putting the final touches on it. There will be an action outline on our community engagement strategy and what we're going to come back to you with and when. On there, I just don't have that one in front of me right now. Otherwise, I'd give you some specifics on it.
Okay, when do you think it would be appropriate to put that on a GPC agenda?
Johnson, what I was thinking was, so if to answer that question and others, I mean, I've just been listening to everybody, what your priorities are. So what I was looking at is, so we're assuming the August 13th meeting is pretty much full.
Okay.
It will be full.
Yep.
With what we've asked for. And then the September 11th meeting, I do want to put a budget placeholder on there because it'll be our last opportunity before second reading to really have any discussions around budget and make sure that we're where we need to be. And then, I'm sorry, I skipped one. For the August 28th meeting, putting on all the issues surrounding youth and youth services.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which that's definitely a full meeting. And I think
Mm-hmm.
Mariola pointed out clumps many things together.
Mm-hmm.
So then September 11th, budget and the workforce issues that we have listed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so whether that's apprenticeship or whatever, hard to hire, living wage for contractors.
Transitional employment.
So all those clumped together. And then I was thinking, based on what you and others have said, on the September 25th, we could talk about community engagement and CRA, and that would include 8th and Waldo that Commissioner Simmons brought up as well.
Okay. I'd like to just say also one more thing in response to Manager Feldman about the convening piece of this. Actually, I'm going to disagree with that. I don't think community engagement means convening necessarily. And I think I've said in the past, Manager Feldman, I don't think that maybe you were even here when this happened, but I said multiple times that people were really tired of meetings and people were really tired of kind of convening, so that we had to think of community engagement in a new and different way. And that to me is the focus of what our kind of new community engagement plan should be. So I really do want us to take the focus away from, and if we had actually done this, I think we would be in a much different place at the moment when it came to engagement. But what does it mean to engage our neighbors without asking them to travel to a meeting to give their thoughts and talk with us? So I just wanted to let you know where my head was with that, where my head is with that.
And Commissioner, I don't disagree with that. I would be the first one to tell you that we are probably meeting out, but I still think the fundamental part of community engagement is not necessarily meetings with the city, but facilitating discussions within the community where our neighbors can talk to each other to engage. And that still needs to be in a non-virtual type of environment where neighborhoods can get together and talk about the issues and formulate, thoughts together. And that all just can't be in a virtual environment. In my mind, to be completely effective. So I as much as I would like to use different tools, I think some of it still comes down to some face-to-face interaction between neighbors, not necessarily in meetings that the city convenes, but at the block level.
Sure, some of it does. And I think that this is a larger conversation that we're going to end up having during the community engagement piece of it. So I'm not going to go back and forth with you about this right now. But like I said, it's a larger conversation. So that's it.
I was going to be the good bridge builder and say you're both 100% correct. I agree with you both 100%. So just for example, Commissioner Feldman and Commissioner Sacco, and I don't know if any of the rest of you were there, but I was on a meeting that was convened by Community Spring yesterday. So that's a good example of a group that's doing community engagement and potentially reaching people. They got, I don't know, it was like 250 responses to their survey. Pretty well distributed economically, geographically, racially. I don't know if those are different people than we would have reached or not, but we would be foolish not to take advantage of the effort that they're doing. And there's lots of other organizations out there that are doing the same, and each organization is going to reach sort of a different universe of people, right? And so the more of them we include, it just gets us to a better starting place to where the city then can kind of come in and sift through all of that engagement and all those responses. And then I think most importantly, the role that we can play is find out where the gaps are, who's not being represented here, whose voices are not being heard, and then be very intentional about going out and finding those people and those voices. But you're right. And so I think, Commissioner Johnson, just to circle back to your original point, I think if we hit that on September 25th, that gives staff enough time to work with us, to work with other people, to get something together, at least for us to look at and give feedback on and give direction on, as well as the CRA part, because those two things go part and parcel together. And then just looking ahead to October, I do believe that both the legislative priorities, which if we deal with this in the beginning of October, we're fine, because they're not going to start having committee meetings till January. They're not going to have their local delegation hearing until, mid to late fall, winter, early winter. So that would be okay to deal with in October. And then the public health, that's one of those issues that we're going to need to be nimble on. So a deeper discussion about how the city participates in public health is important. It's very important to me that we talk about that. But there may be certain aspects of that where we need to get on an agenda because we need a more immediate response. And so, I think that bubbles to the top as well. But anyway, I'd love to hear objections in the nicest possible, most constructive possible manner to what I just laid out. And I'll just repeat that for folks. And so the 13th, housing and neighborhood bill of rights, housing, neighborhood issues, and neighborhood bill of rights. August 28th, youth related and employment related, just youth related topics. September 11th, budget placeholder, and then workforce related topics. And then September 25th, community engagement and CRA related topics. Okay, that's what I'm not saying that's what we're going to do, although I do set the agenda, but I'd like everybody to be comfortable with that moving forward. And then what we'll also do in that second meeting in September is talk about what we do for the next 3 months. We'll try to do the same thing for the next 3 months, the first quarter meetings. And I think we don't meet 6 times in that quarter, I know. So it'll probably be 4 meetings if I remember correctly. Okay, back around the horn, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we should schedule legislative priorities for the first meeting we have in October to make sure that is scheduled. I would like for us to set a date for the the degendering our city ordinances. That's something that was pushed before, but I would like for us to find a time in this quarter to be able to have that discussion. And I'm okay with everything else. I just want to make sure that, to Commissioner Ward's point on the CRA and Waldo Road, 8th Avenue, is that we used to have a lot more discussions on it, and I feel like our feedback on CRA related issues has diminished significantly since I've been on the city commission to pretty much zero over the feels like not zero, but it has diminished significantly, and it is our job we were elected to push things, and it's a major kind of thing in our community. We do have the advisory board, but we also need to give our feedback as well. So I'm okay with having on the 24th, but I do think that city staff should come around before then too and kind of show things and go through kind of where things are as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Feldman, I just gave you a big pay cut. City Manager Feldman.
Thank you. Just two items. One is I wanted to remind you that you used to have quarterly police, we called it tactical updates. I never like to use the term tactical. So if you would like to continue those on a quarterly basis, we're certainly willing to give those updates. We just need to know when. And then the second is, and this is probably more critical than anything. We're finalizing the results of the annual neighbor survey, and we will need an opportunity to present those to the commission. Whether you want to do that at a regular city commission meeting, a special meeting, or add it to one of your GPC agendas, but we will need some time to show the results and talk through those.
Okay, thank you. Let's just do that last one at a regular city commission meeting. I think that's appropriate and a fine afternoon discussion item. My preference, and anybody on the commission tell me if you disagree, I would love to hear the GPD quarterly updates on the first meeting of every quarter. That way they could go over the previous quarter stats, and then in case of October, the previous year's stats. Mr. Feldman, I had a long discussion with Assistant City Manager Bowie about these presentations, and would love for her to share my requests with you about sort of the nature of those presentations and how much information we need to receive in those. And if you want to talk to me about it as well, that'd be fine. But I do find that information helpful, and I think the public does as well. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm also hoping that we can get a heads up about what kind of information is going to be in the whatever we're calling it, what we call the GPD update. Because whatever it is, I'd like for it to be relevant to the discussions that we're having at the commission level and the community is having. So that's what I would like to. Can we get a heads up about what kind of information is going to be included? Because I'd like for it to be relevant to what we're talking about now.
What I would suggest to all the commissioners, if there is certain information you want in that,
okay,
request it through the city manager. And if there's things that you're not really interested in or you don't feel are relevant, let the city manager know that as well. And, you know, if he hears it from enough people, then they just...
Okay. I'm just going to make a request right now. It'll be so it's top of mind for maybe our EAs. If they could just email us the last two updates, so we could be kind of like top of our boxes, so that we can look it over. That would be great. Two, how are we going to fit in some of the equity work that we're doing? Do we feel like these agendas are full at the moment with what we've talked about, or do you think there will be space for some of the discussions that we've been having about equity, even though we don't know what they're going to be for the next quarter? For example, workforce. So workforce, you said September 11th, like workforce, that the discussion that we're having, I think I can work with Betsy, but we're not having that race and equity subcommittee meeting until the 13th. So maybe we can move that around, or should I work with Betsy on scheduling that meeting a little bit earlier for race and equity? We can fit this in here.
That's up to you, Commissioner. As chair, if you don't want to try to move that up, that's fine. I mean, I think that's probably easier to do right now in this environment than it would speak. So I'd look for two things. So to answer your question, straight in the straightest way possible. These are pretty full agendas that we've put on here. It doesn't mean that we can't add something to them or take something away to add something that's sort of immediate need for the commission to address from race and equity. I would also look for things from the Race and Equity Committee that overlap with some of these, so,
okay.
If it's a housing issue or, a workforce or youth issue that can fit into that, then that would be ideal. I'm also perfectly content putting some of those on a city commission.
Yeah.
For an afternoon discussion. Perfect.
Yeah, I think that works.
I think that probably even draws more people in.
Yep.
So let's see where everybody is after we hear our next item and to have that discussion. and then I'll work with staff to make sure that, and particularly Ms. Marshall, for what things, hey, we need a vote on this. We need the commission to give us direction and get those things on an agenda as soon as possible, because they're just ready. And if you'll just trust me to figure out whether that's GPC or city commission, but just understand I share the urgency. And so I'll work to get them moving forward as quickly as possible.
Okay, that sounds good. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to just echo with Commissioner Ward and Hayes Santos regarding the CRA. I had the opportunity to sit in or listen in on the last advisory board meeting that they had, and it was very informative. But I think we have lost, because of COVID and the structure of the CRA. I believe that there's been a disconnect with the city, with this board and the CRA. So we need to get updates. We need to be more involved. We need to know what's going on. So if we could have that information, updates provided to us, I don't, every 2 weeks or however we want to do it, but I think it's so important that we stay updated and stay in the know with the CRA. Also, I wanted to talk about the workforce issue. Well, not issue, but I'm sorry, for the 13th, when we have the discussion about the housing discussion, I would love for staff, for Mr. Feldman to engage his historic planner that they've hired in the planning department to at least have a conversation with us or provide us with some information on what are their plans moving forward in the historic department within the city to engage in these historic neighborhoods. I think we need to start having these conversations with that type of staff. Also with the actual housing department within the city of Gainesville. I know we're working on a strategy right now, but Cedar Grove too comes to mind when I think about our housing department. They did such a wonderful job creating that development. A single family homes currently, the homeowner rate right now is probably at 85-90%. The neighborhood is nice. It's a great neighborhood, and I don't believe there's a homeowners association with that. And I think we've lost sight of those type of developments, which we have done within the city with our city staff. So I think we need to start bringing these type of staff members, these type of conversations back to the table. These are, again, some of the tools in the toolkit. But when we have this discussion on the 13th, I think it's imperative that we bring the historic planner to the table, that we bring the housing department and their staff and their neighborhood liaison within those departments to the table so we can have this broader discussion and we can just keep in the know with what's going on and have that connection as we move forward, because we do have the assets in our city. I think we're just underutilizing them. And we find ourselves in a bind where we're trying to address some issues that I think we have some of the answers right here within our city department. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll let Mr. Feldman respond to that. But yeah, I think it'd be appropriate to have them present. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Talking about our discussions with our updates from the police, I would really like us to, we need to have at least quarterly updates to let us know what's going on. Let us be informed of what the police department does and is doing. It's the biggest agenda or budget item by far that we have, and we need regularly to be told what's going on with it in an open meeting, not just each of us going to ask, but it needs to be brought to us regularly. I would say the same thing is true of fire. Unless we need to spend money to spend something out of the ordinary on GFR, we don't ask for updates. And I think that's part of what has become a bit of a disconnect, particularly, it's getting better. It's much better than it was, but the disconnect that certainly existed a couple of years ago between the commission and GPD was that we didn't have a lot of information flowing back and forth. That's a real thing, and I think it's important that we have those meetings. But we charged the Police Advisory Council about a month ago with bringing some information back to us. We don't have a plan for that. We talked very briefly about the idea of having a joint meeting with them. How would that fit in? Is that something we'd like to do as general policy? Is that something we want to have a special meeting for?
That'll have to be a special meeting.
That's great. We need to start planning it. We need to get it out there, or it's going to be December. And I would like to sit down with them and make sure that they understand what we want back, rather than waiting for something to come back and say, well, that's not what we wanted at all. So I'm as overwhelmed as everybody else is, but we've got to have some of these kind of things happening. That's a great, the Police Advisory Council is a tremendous tool for us, and we need to make sure that it's in use. So I like the quarterly plan here. I would say September 11th is a Friday. September 10th is I think the day we're looking at. If anybody's writing dates in their calendar, it's September 10th. But I like where we're going with this. But I do want to keep those other things in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I also want to be clear that when we're talking on August 13th, that it's not just a housing conversation. It is also a discussion of a continuing discussion about specifically the moratorium and equitable development. So for anybody that, might be listening and the viewers out there, it is a continuation of the discussion of the moratorium and equitable development, which of course is inclusive of housing. Thank you.
Yeah, housing and neighborhoods, other neighborhood issues as well. We'd add to that. Yeah, thank you for that reminder. City Manager.
So just to follow up on what Commissioner Johnson just said, the items I have for the meeting on the 13th, I just want to make sure that I've got them all. So we're going to have a discussion about equitable development in the moratorium, inclusionary zoning, exclusionary zoning, community land trust, vacant lots, neighborhood bill of rights, and historical development on there. I just want to make sure I've got them all because we're trying to put that agenda together now. So that's a lot. It's
a lot. You are correct. I think that's expectation that all those be discussed. I think more about how those overlap one another, and I think ultimately this discussion is about equitable development. Everything else is a discussion about different tools that can be used to accomplish that goal. So, that's hopefully how staff is approaching it. That's how I believe the commission's approaching it. And hopefully how our neighbors are approaching it. So I'd look at it at those two levels. At the high level is how do we promote and encourage equitable development, and everything under that are different tools that possibly can be used to get there. Commissioner Johnson on that point?
Yeah. Thanks. I'm going to say it one more time. I don't want it to get lost in the conversation, because the reason why we're having this conversation is because we began with the discussion about the moratorium. What I'm hoping is that when we do have this discussion, that is, one of the first things that we discuss, because we have, clearly what you read is a long list of items that we have to talk about. So I really don't want the discussion about the moratorium to get lost within equitable, with the overall discussion about equitable development.
Understood, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the 13th, my goal is to look at strategies for equitable development and how we can achieve it. That's where my my goal for that meeting. I was hoping that that we could, if we can't do degingering our city ordinances in this quarter, if we could put it on the first meeting in October. I'm just having a lot of people in the community who want to discuss that. Would that be okay of placing on the first meeting in Q4?
Well, yeah, I mean, with the caveat that we're going to come back and revisit that entire quarter at the last meeting in September. I have no problem with it right now, Commissioner. I need an update from staff. I need an update from the legal staff on where that is.
There's no legal. We haven't discussed it, so it's a first discussion of the item. That's what it is. There's been research been done on it, but there has not been a.
Yeah, I mean, we have discussed it at a city commission meeting.
We referred it to the
But okay. Tentatively, I'm going to say yes. I mean, we need.
Okay.
I think you've heard. I think you've heard what the majority of the commission sees as the overwhelming pressing issues for the next 3 meetings, and then after those we'll continue with other. Again, I have no opposition to it, but we just need to see where we are at the end of September.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Feldman.
My final one, and then I'll be quiet. You had mentioned budget at your September 10th GPC meeting. We have a budget hearing that night, so I don't think you need to have it twice.
Okay. Okay, so we'll leave. I mean, that the workforce issues will be a big part of that, but we'll leave a little time open there in case we have some other things that we need to address at that meeting, which I'm guessing we will. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for that helpful discussion. At least we have a plan for the next 2 months, and we can share that with folks, and I certainly will. And then I think staff heard this loud and clear, but I will just personally request an update on GCRA in general and 8th and Waldo specifically. And I would say any other commissioner that would like the same, just let the city manager know so he can schedule a meeting with you and staff to see where that is. Okay, there's no motion on the floor, but I will open it up for any public comment since we are talking about public engagement to see if there's any people that want to speak on our General Policy Committee agendas for the next couple weeks. Larry?
Mayor, there are no callers at this time.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you, everybody. We have a plan. There's a verse about that when you make a plan, but we'll hope that God's sense of humor is on our side for the next few weeks. Okay, up next, our main event for today, an update on the racial equity plan. I'm excited to be having this discussion, and so I will turn it right over to our Director of Equity and Inclusion, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. Tanisha Marshall, Office of Equity and Inclusion Director. I feel like this has been a long time coming, having this conversation, and we're really excited to have it today. And so basically what we're going to talk about today is the implementation plan that we've put together that explains how we plan on starting our equity work and how we plan on rolling that out to the city. But additionally, I wanted to talk about the goals individually that have come out of the Race and Equity Subcommittee meeting. To see if those goals still apply, because recognizing that the world has changed drastically since COVID, are those still goals that we're interested in, and talking about those, and then talking about anything additional that may have come up as an equity priority or goal since COVID. And then at the end, we'll talk about next steps and answer any questions that you might have. And so I am going to share my screen so we can go ahead and get started. The first part of the presentation is going to be our implementation plan, and our equity specialist is actually going to walk you through our implementation plan. So I'm going to share my screen. So is everyone able to see that okay? Is everyone able to see the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I am going to turn the first part of this presentation over to our equity specialist, Ben.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Ben Howard, Office of Equity Inclusion. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. We are going to share with you today our implementation plan. This has 3 phases. They are overlapping phases. The first one is training and implementation. Second one is creating the racial equity action plan. And the third one is implementation of the racial equity toolkit. And I'll start by saying that these roll out over the course of a 9 to 12 month period, but it doesn't, because they're overlapping, it doesn't mean that we're doing training for 9 to 12 months and then we start phase 2. They kind of intersect with each other. So on this slide, what you see here, these bullet points underneath are different stakeholder groups or categories of employees or people that will get different types of trainings, all kind of in the same vein. So the first group is city commissioners and charter officers. The first training will happen, I believe, in late August for city commissioners. That will be with GARE. Senior leadership as defined by charters. We imagine this to be department heads, assistant city managers, and other folks that may be identified as leadership in this area for one reason or another. The third group is the equity core team. This is staff that are represented from about half of the city's departments. And the next group is early adopters. These are folks from across different departments throughout the city that are excited about the work and opt in to do some work when it's offered. The next group is citywide staff, and we'll be thinking about what introductory trainings and options we can provide for them. And the last is community groups and neighbors, and that will be something that we'll have to assess and get feedback on what they want and need from us to be able to partner with us as we advance this work. You're also going to get a Word document that will go into more detail about what each of the trainings is for each group and who provides it. Many of them are provided by GARE, and then some of them we will create and deliver in-house. The next step is the creation of the Racial Equity Action Plan. The City Commission will adopt a policy on the creation of departmental racial equity action plans. Racial equity action plans are kind of the strategic plan of how we're going to create equity, both within city government and in partnership with different folks in the community. And this is kind of what the GARE training series is scaffolding us towards as a city, is creating this plan. And the idea is that it starts with big picture goals that are community level indicators of well-being. And then we look at data that's been disaggregated by racial identity and look at which groups of folks are closer or further from those goals and create targeted plans to move everybody in the direction that we're trying to move in to have a greater indicator of success and well-being in life. And so broadly speaking, the folks who are going to co-create this together will be city leadership, charter officers, community groups and neighborhoods, and folks in the departments. And that will happen through interdepartmental collaboration that will happen from our office and the core team. The third stage of this plan is the implementation of the Racial Equity Toolkit. The City Commission will adopt a policy on the use of the Racial Equity Toolkit, stating when it should be used. With the assistance of our Office of Equity Inclusion, city departments will begin to use the Racial Equity Toolkit in their work within their respective departments. And I just want to reiterate one more time that these stages, these phases of implementation are overlapping and dynamic. And so while we're saying this is the third phase, at the same time, this phase in some ways has already started, and we have certain departments that have used this, and we're sort of rolling out what abbreviated version of that looks like specifically for COVID decisions at the moment.
So in brief, that is how we plan on starting rolling out the work that we're getting ready to do. Obviously, before we can start any type of work that's going to be meaningful, a huge training push is going to be necessary, because it really is important for people to understand why we're doing this work and actually how to get it effectively done, but really why this work is so important. And so we recognize that that starts with a really big training push coming out from GARE, which, as Ben stated, will start August 25th and 26th. That will start with the City Commission and the charter officers, and tentatively will start rolling out in September once the training is completed with the City Commission and charters, and just kind of getting some feedback from the charters about how they received that training and their thoughts behind that. So that's how we plan on rolling that work out. As Ben stated, a lot of this work does overlap. So as the training is proceeding, GARE will be actually explaining step by step in some of the training how to create a racial action plan, how to use the racial equity toolkit. So as Ben stated, and I want to reiterate that just because you see a 9 to 12 month training push doesn't mean that we're waiting for 9 to 12 months before we move on to the next stage. Some of those things are happening simultaneously. So if there are any questions about that, we're willing to take any questions, or we can continue to move on into the goals that we have.
Yeah, no questions right now, Ms. Marshall, so please continue.
Okay. So next I want to talk about the race and equity goals.
Oh, sorry, I spoke too soon. Commissioner Johnson jumped in. Commissioner Johnson, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going back to the policy pieces of it.
Yes.
So my thought is that, and this kind of harkens back to what Commissioner Hayes Santos was saying a little bit earlier about the length of time that it takes for ordinances to happen. So I really was basing my thought process specifically around that, but my hope was that we would be able to sooner rather than later, and I would be working with either the commission on this and or the subcommittee, but creating a set of ordinances related to this work, or at least giving that direction sooner rather than later about, for example, the use of the racial equity toolkit, about the creating of, racial equity action plans, about, we've created some resolutions, but specifically some ordinances based around that sooner rather than later. So my question to you is, does that seem reasonable that we would start doing that sooner rather than later, even though there isn't necessarily like a fleshed out plan, and not just you, but actually for the entire commission? That's my question for the entire commission. I would like to I don't want to use the word institutionalize, but I'm going to use it because that's the best word that I have right now. But I would like to institutionalize some of this, some of this work that we're doing in the form of ordinances. So that's my question.
And I think if I can just add to that a little bit, Ms. Marshall, what are you able to move forward with now based on the direction you've already gotten from the commission versus what do you need to get in front of the commission for, I'll use a different term, formalization. Of some of these policies and actions, because that's what I need to know as far as like how we agenda and schedule stuff.
So when we talk about policies, when we think about, like, say, for instance, the existing policies that we already have in our office, EO policies 1 through 8, I was thinking when we talk about policy, creating some of those that are housed in our office. I know we had just some preliminary conversations with legal already about what that would look like. I actually have a follow-up conversation, I think tomorrow, with Ryan Franklin from legal on possibly amending some of our existing policies that already have training in those, and including our racial equity training, say for instance, into some of the policies that we already have, So we wouldn't necessarily be creating a brand new policy. We would be amending policies that we already have that include training in them. And so right now we're just kind of in some preliminary conversations about how that could work or what that could look like. But I wasn't delving into ordinances. It was more or less city policies, which still have to be approved by the city commission.
So I guess to get straight to Commissioner Johnson's request / concern, I think the concern is these things kind of linger on out there and don't really move forward because we haven't taken action. So without objection from the commission, I think what we would like to have happen, Ms. Marshall, as soon as those things are ready, so as soon as they've gone through the staff analysis and you have your recommendations, you put them on our agenda, because obviously you can put them under your item as a charter officer. You get them on our agenda. That's so Commissioner Johnson, going back to the previous conversation, that's why I think a lot of this needs to probably come back just to the regular city commission meetings, because they're ready for action. It's not as much we're trying to figure out what to do or which direction to go. It's we know, and we just need to take a vote, so they become formalized or institutionalized in a process. And so, what I'm going to be wondering, and I'm guessing other commissions are going to be wondering, Ms. Marshall, and maybe the committee's already done work on this, is a timeline. So what do you expect to be ready when, just so we know kind of what's coming, and when are these things going to be, when are we going to be done with X, and then you're going to move on to Y, and then to Z, that sort of thing.
Right. And that was something that I think was probably towards the end of my presentation, where we talked about bringing back scope of work with realistic timeframes and what that work would look like.
Okay, so let's just keep that in mind, and then we'll we'll figure out what direction we need to go then.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay. So out of the Race and Equity Subcommittee meetings, the subcommittee adopted some goals, and I just kind of wanted to run through those and have a conversation today, because it's been quite some time since we've really met together as a commission about race and equity. So I wanted to run through those goals and have some bit of a conversation about those. One, to see now in the world of COVID, if those goals are still, do they still exist for us? Is this something that we still want to do? Or have we shifted to something different? And so I'm gonna jump right into the goals, but before I do get started, wanted to talk a little bit about SMART goals and goal setting. So when we think about these goals, we want to make sure that they're SMART goals. They're specific, they're measurable, they're attainable, they're relevant, and they're time bound. So we want to make sure that the goals are focused and identify on tangible outcomes, and that we have clear definitions of success. But they're challenging, but we also can achieve those goals. And again, talking about relevancy, recognizing that a lot of things have changed since COVID, but making sure that those goals are still relevant. And then time bound, something that we can actually give you target dates on that we are able to achieve in some decent timeframes. So I'm going to jump right into the first goal that came out of that was adopted from the Race and Equity Subcommittee meeting. So goal number 1. How can City of Gainesville convenes a task force to answer the questions, how can Gainesville become more equitable with the intention of advancing racial equity and making significant progress within the city at large within the next 5 years? So this was goal number 1 that was adopted from the Race and Equity Subcommittee meeting. And so I wanted to have a little bit of a conversation about this task force and what this actually means. I will say that there is another goal that is really related to this that I wanted to throw out some ideas and I guess have a conversation with the City Commission about. So I'm going to skip ahead to the last goal that talks about the City of Gainesville, in partnership with the Friendship 7, will commit to equitable development, meaning that the quality of life outcomes such as affordable housing, quality education, living wage employment, healthy environments, and transportation are equitably experienced by people currently living and working in a community, as well as for new people moving in. My thought behind this was, I thought that goal number 1 and 5 could actually be combined. So we're talking about convening a task force. Have we considered the fact that maybe the Friendship 7 could actually be that task force and come up with goals that they could work towards? So for instance, the one that I like to use is affordable housing. That's something that you see trending around the nation that's actually an issue. So if the Friendship 7 is actually the task force itself, then within that task force, there could be many groups that come from that task force that work towards affordable housing. So for instance, within this little subgroup from the task force, you have people from the Friendship 7, you have people like Gainesville Housing Authority, you have private developers, you have people from the community, and community is going to be a really big piece of that because these are the communities that we're affecting and trying to make change in. So they wholeheartedly should be a part of any conversations that we could have. But that was just an idea of really trying to combine these goals because they really are somewhat similar. And I think that they could be combined and we would be able to leverage our partnership with the Friendship 7 and actually work together as a community on solving some of these issues that we see in the community. And so that was kind of my thought process. I'll go back to the first slide that talks about goal number 1 of combining those actual 2 goals to make something that I think could be a really strong task force that involves different community partners, different agencies around Gainesville, but also involves our community. So when I think—
So Ms. Marshall, let's pause there real quick because that has generated a couple questions or comments.
Yes.
Let's hear from Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Johnson, and then we'll turn it back to you. Commissioner Simmons, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Marshall, I think it's important that for everyone that's listening and watching this, understand who is Friendship 7 and what they are, what they bring to the table. And I also believe if this is something that we're going to have a part, this organization be a part of a subcommittee, I think we as a city commission need to reestablish that relationship with the Friendship 7. Maybe we need to have them come on and introduce themselves and let us get a feel or get some information from them, what they're wanting to see, what they're wanting to, how they want to be a part of it. Because what I'm afraid of, we're just putting not just any group, but whatever the case may be, we're saying, okay, we want this group to be on our subcommittee. But I think for the larger community, they don't even know who this group is. And I think for transparency, we need to reestablish that relationship between the city and not just only this group, but any other group that we want to be a part of the conversation and ask them, you know, what are they wanting to see? Let's make sure that all of our goals are in alignment. So just a reintroduction of Friendship 7, who's on Friendship 7, what are their anticipations, what are their goals, what are they wanting to see, and just how we can work together to move forward. But I think just by saying Friendship 7, Friendship 7, Friendship 7, people in the community and within the community, other than the folks that already know who Friendship 7, but the larger community doesn't have an idea of who Friendship 7 is. So I think we need to start reestablishing those relationships and ask further questions from our potential partners. What do they want to get out of this? How are they willing to help us? And let's make sure that our goals align and just not assume anything. And I just think for transparency's sake, we need to have this conversation so the wider community understand who these subcommittee members are and what they're bringing to the table and how their ideals align with what the city goals are. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for that reminder, Commissioner Simmons. This is all one of those things that falls sometimes under something government and other bureaucratic institutions are guilty of, which is using acronyms. This is a little different than that, but in the same space. So the Friendship 7 was the term sort of coined from a study that was co-sponsored by 7 local large organizations. The city of Gainesville is one, Alachua County, the Alachua County School System, University of Florida Santa Fe, Chamber of Commerce and who am I leaving out?
Ed Jimenez.
Oh, UF Health. Yeah, UF Health.
Yep.
Thank you. Initially what came out of that group was a equity report that was conducted by BEBR, the Bureau of Economic BE and Business Research. That has informed a lot of the sort of issues that we have, sort of quantified the level of disparity we have in many areas in our community, specifically to this discussion of racial disparity. I think, not to speak for you, Ms. Marshall, but the suggestion was, because we already have that core group and we've already done some work in that area, to include them in convening a task force, which I've got some thoughts on, but I don't want to jump in line here. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you,
Mayor, I had one more thing. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No. And that's fine. You're absolutely right. But I just think that members of the Friendship 7, whoever is a part of that, at some point need to identify themselves and have that reconnection with the community, so the community know who they are and what exactly, if they are indeed in alignment with what we're trying to do. And I think that's just encouraging for the community to know that.
Yep, understood.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping I'm going to be clear when I say this. So I'll tell you that my thought process around, first of all, Ms. Marshall, I think that's a great idea, is combining goals 1 and 5. And now it's a matter of how it gets done. I would say that my original thought process with this piece of it was because the Friendship 7 has a lot of the talent, the resources, and the decision-making power to really move really any initiative in the city. So to me, it's important for the decision makers to be at the table. Now, there's also the piece of this where I feel like the community really needs to set the priorities for the Friendship 7, or for this, kind of wider task force. So to me, at the heart of it, it's going to be whatever the goals are that come out of this task force. It needs to start with the community. So I'm hoping that if this does move forward, we understand a way that's going to happen. I'm losing my train of thought. Community goals, yes. So specific goals. You're mentioning the SMART, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time bound. My hope is that also with this task force, that there are very specific goals that come from this task force. And that's where we start with the community. So for example, I think that one good example of that, where at least the City Commission and the school board agreed, is that we need, and we heard there was an outpouring of support from the community, that we heard that we want all of our children reading, on grade level by the end of 3rd grade. I think that's a very, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-bound goal. And I think we said within, I forget the time frame that we put on it. Did we say within 5 years? So I think that's one piece of it that we might be able to put in here. And then we work on, with the Friendship 7 in the larger community. But I think it's an excellent idea to combine both of them. I think it's a matter of, how to do it. It's a really large, it's a big task. And I think it's possible, but I think that, it's a really great idea. So thanks.
Yeah, thanks, both Commissioner Johnson and Simmons. So I've got a couple thoughts, and I think they dovetail well with what we just heard from the two commissioners. So the first one is that, I think Commissioner Johnson mentioned sort of talent and resources and all that. So one thing we need to find out is what are these different organizations doing in this space already? and so, I don't know. So I just think of my own employer, Santa Fe, and we've got an incredible administrator out there, Cheryl Caruth, who's, done some great work in this space, and, I think can be really valuable to the other 6 members of the group. We obviously are, and we'll be continuing doing a lot of work in this space. So, part of it's a discovery process. What is everybody doing? And sort of helping to support each other in areas where maybe some people are a little further ahead than others. But then ultimately, I mean, if we establish really good policies with amongst the 7 of us, that's covering just about every employer in the entire county, really. So that's the sort of end prize. At the same time, it's so important for me to start with where Commissioner Johnson was talking about. And this is where the community engagement part really needs to be figured out in a difficult time, I admit. But if we can, I was looking at, school a survey that the school board put out where they got something like 21,000 responses, had to do a school opening. That's a really statistically significant number. So if we can work with the Friendship 7, and this is where I think it comes to money and resources, if we can put forth a similar effort to the Bieber study, and probably even not as, I mean, that was a lot harder because you were getting down into some pretty nitty gritty details there. But if we can participate in an effort to do the same, to ask from our neighbors countywide what their priorities are, and what they see as the biggest sort of obstacles or roadblocks to equity are, in their home life, in their work life, in their transportation life, in their children's educational life. That will then very much inform the work that we do with the Friendship 7. So I view it as our job with the other 6 to operationalize that, to make it happen. But we need to hear from the grassroots up, from the household level, an employee level, that group, what they see as the areas of greatest need. So yeah, I'm all for combining the goals. Something that we need to work on, and so this is probably something we can talk about at the September 25th meeting, Ms. Marshall, is with this specific area that we're working on as a city, how do we need to establish an engagement process that accomplishes that goal? And with that, I see Commissioner Johnson has some more she'd like to add. So I'll turn back to her, and then we'll turn it back over to you, Ms. Marshall. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Something that we talked about in the subcommittee meeting, and maybe we can, have this ready for the September 23rd meeting, is what would this look like? Like, what would be the framework for this? We had, some preliminary conversations with the Community Foundation about it's not necessarily being housed within, city government, but, potentially being a partnership with the Community Foundation, et cetera, et cetera. Like, there are many different ideas floating out there. So I think it would be important for us to know, what this looks like. So I would love.
Sorry, by this you mean the engagement part, or?
Oh, no, I'm not sorry, not the engagement part. The framework for the task force.
Okay.
For the Friendship 7, for the community, like, are they 2 and they're meeting together? How does it work? Like, is it the Community Foundation that it's housed in? Like, there's so many different ways that this can work, and successfully, and there are many, many different successful models out there that I would love to be able for us, towards the end of this presentation, give direction for this office to come back to us with, what the framework would be, or at least examples of.
Yeah. Okay. So let's hopefully I'll take notes. But so framework for implementation. And then was the other thing we wanted to come back around to the engagement? Am I remembering that correctly? Or was it something else, Commissioner? There's something else I think you said I want to.
I'll remember.
It was engagement.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Yeah, and I think, anyway, that fits very well with the 25th meeting, September 25th meeting. But anyway, okay, very good. Ms. Marshall, please continue.
So continuing on, I know we kind of jumped around from goal number one to goal number 5, but continuing kind of in goal number 1, we do currently have some advisory boards that are listed in our city policies that from getting just some historical perspective, seems like they kind of fizzled out over time. People kind of just stopped attending and not coming to those meetings for whatever. But there are 2 committees that are in our city policy currently that are written, one external and one internal. So we have the Citizens Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee, and their goal is to provide guidance and recommend to the EO director as it relates to EO, minority business enterprise, affirmative action, small business programs, disability programs, and diversity initiatives, and to identify and evaluate issues related to small minority and women, service disabled veterans business contracting programs. They provide assistance in implementing things around Section 504 and the ADA. And previously, they provided advice on dismantling prejudices and biases initiatives. And they also, again, relayed pertinent information and discussed in committee meetings and co-workers. They provided recommendations to the EO director. So this advisory board actually had some pretty big tasks that they used to do. But again, just kind of asking around, I know since I've been here, this committee hasn't met. It seems like it just kind of fizzled out over time. People just kind of stopped attending. And so, again, we also had the employee, like an internal group, the Employee Diversity and Inclusion Advisory Committee, that somewhat did the same, but it was more of, like I said, internal employees. So understanding that we already have some type of structure in place for some advisory boards, and it's already written into policy, I think this was the opportunity as well when we start talking about standing up advisory boards and committees to kind of look at what has already existed within the city and that's already written in city policy and think about, is this something that we need to revamp, but understanding that for whatever reason it stopped working, do we need to look at maybe modifying the structure or modifying the goals and tasks that these advisory boards and committees were responsible for, and standing those back up again as a means of just having another tool in our toolbox when it comes to engagement with not only the community, but as well as our staff. And so kind of wanted to hear thoughts around that, because again, this is already written in policy. This isn't something that we have to reinvent a wheel. It already exists, but again, figuring out just really why it died so we don't go down that road again, and standing that back up and getting that back running citywide as well. And I think this is something that's really important. I will say that I, a couple of weeks ago, had a conversation with Assistant Police Chief Scott, who for a number of years, I think he said from 1993-ish to 2014, was the chair of an affirmative action committee that the city used to have that really dived into a lot of equity work. So there was equity work that was already happening from an affirmative action committee that was stood up in the city. And when he left in 2014, from what I understand, that one was one that kind of just fizzled out as well. But it seemed as though that this was a committee that was doing really good work that could really be folded into what we're trying to achieve now with some of our equity work. I will say that Chief Jones so graciously, shout out to Chief Jones, gave us, let us use Chief Scott to do some of the work with our equity core team. So he's going to be sitting on our equity core team as a representative of GPD that will really give us a lot of institutional knowledge into a lot of these committees that used to exist since he was here. and give us, like I said, just some institutional knowledge, things that have been worked on, things that worked, things that didn't work. And that's really going to be helpful for us in going forward with some of our equity work. So just kind of wanted to, if there were any thoughts around these advisory boards, the employee and the one that was community forward facing.
Yeah, so for me, Ms. Marshall, what I say is if we already have structures in place, let's use them. You know, it's almost maybe fine that they sort of fizzled out because we're able to sort of build them back up based on our needs now, not some sort of previous iteration. So with the employee-based one, my suggestion would be just, you know, meet with your other charter officers and then really pass it to the core team and say, okay, what are our needs? You know, like, how do we reimagine this employee, you know, advisory board, populate it, and just sort of lay out tasks and get to work. And you've got all the right people. I mean, Assistant Chief Scott is phenomenal and both a great leader and a wealth of sort of institutional knowledge and wisdom. For the you know, community-based advisory board, that's something I think you could lay out to the core team to say, well, what's going to be most beneficial? You know, what do we need this group to do? Again, I mean, if the structure is already in place, we can put a call out for people to apply to it. But we need a clear description of what work we expect them to do. And what that description is going to be based on is what we as a commission and you as an internal sort of team identify as our needs. And so I'd be okay sort of waiting on that part for a little while, you know, a couple months to really get that description, you know, formalized and before the commission to make sure that this is what we agree to, and then advertise that and you can really start to work with them as well. I have to believe that right now at this point in time, if it's if we write a description and charge the committee with meaningful work, it would get populated with some exceptional local talent and really ready to work and bring some good recommendations to the city commission. And just like a lot of our other advisory boards, the commission can refer things to them and ask them to do some of this important work for us and bring us back recommendations. So I think it would be a great sort of bilateral relationship we could establish with that. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree. I think right now is the perfect time to bring back these committees. It's no more perfect time. So I'm thrilled to hear that we might be doing that. Two, I'm also really happy to hear that it sounds like GPD is going to be involved in the first kind of set of racial core equity teamwork, which is great because from what I remember is that they weren't during the first round. So following up on that, I'd like to find out what the plan is for, is it for 2020, fiscal year 2021 that we're going to be working with the first half of the city departments for the racial equity core teams, and then 2022, it's going to expand it to be into the entire city? Is that what your thought process is? Or something different?
So a few things have changed since then. You're right. We did decide to go ahead and include GPD, just given the nature of everything that's happening nationally, globally right now. We decided that it was really important to make sure that we had a representative from the police department within our first core team stand up. I will tell you that the core team is getting ready to stand up and start running very fastly. If I'm not mistaken, I think their first meeting is next week. We have pretty much an entire curriculum that is set up for the core team that they will be meeting twice a month, and they'll be getting gear training really soon. The goal is to stand that team up and get it running and get it kind of in its training and actually start standing up team 2. So it won't be next year when they
Okay.
This will be relatively quickly because
Fantastic.
that just given the nature of everything that's happening nationally, that we need to go ahead and stand that second team up. And I have had a couple of conversations with GARE around, the concerns of trying not to make the core team too big, which is why we decided to split them down into two teams. But after lots of conversation with GARE, we decided, okay, we're going to keep those two teams, but we're not going to wait for the first team to finish and then start the second team. We're kind of get one up and running and get them training and then start the second team. So that's going to be happening soon. But our first core team will start meeting twice a month, and their first meeting is next week.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to move on to goal number 2. So the goal number 2 that came out of the Race and Equity Subcommittee meeting was City of Gainesville dollars used for contracting, consulting, and procurement benefit the community we serve at a minimum proportionate to the demographics of our city. And so when I hear this goal, I hear a budget equity tool. And I know that in our strategic planning session that was a goal that was on the horizon. I think by 2025 was some type of budget equity tool. I will say that tomorrow I have a meeting with our new finance director, so we'll kind of talk about some of this, but wanted to hear exactly when you read this goal, what is it that you're looking for? What is it that your end goal is? Because again, when I read this as someone that does the work that I do, I hear some type of budget equity tool. And again, I know that was something that was discussed in our strategic planning. I will say that the goal was, I think by 2025, there are several models already that are out there of budget equity tools. If this is what this goal means, there are several models that are already out there that we don't have to reinvent a wheel when it comes to budget equity tools and looking at how we spend our budget dollars equitably. So I think that's something that could easily be achieved before 2025 because there are models that are already exist. We just have to tweak things to work for our particular city. But I could be completely off base. Maybe you're not talking about a budget equity tool with this particular goal. So I wanted to hear like when you see this goal, like what does this mean and what is your end goal? What exactly is it that you're looking for?
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Marshall. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor. So, Ms. Marshall, I think that the addition of the budget equity tool to goal number 2 is a great idea. Originally, I feel like the disparity study came out of this goal. So I feel like we're kind of, we're on track with achieving some of what we want to achieve, which is that we understand that the money that we spend, any general dollar, any money that we spend from the city of Gainesville is not being, is really not indicative of the demographics of our city. So just from I'm going back to May now and understanding that out of, and I think it was a $91 million funds that were spent, I think definitely less than 1% were spent with Black owned businesses and women and businesses owned by people of color. And I'm pretty sure less than 3% was spent with women-owned businesses specifically. So the goal would really be to get to, 50-50, because I think that that's where we are in the city of Gainesville with women and men. And then with Black-owned businesses, 20%. And then we can just break it down from there with, people of color and, the different categories under that. But when I first came up with this goal, that's what I was thinking. But I think a great way to achieve that is the budget equity tool. So thank you for thinking of, putting those together.
All right, thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Marshall, I'm having a difficult time understanding at a minimum with your budget equity tool, because I think we should look at it as a maximum and not at a minimum. So I'm kind of confused with this sentence. we want to consult and procurement benefit the community we serve at a minimum. And I'm having a hard time using that term minimum in this situation. I think it needs to be, we need to maximize it and not set the floor at a minimum. So I don't know if there's other models out there that can address my concern with the word minimum and look at another alternative, but that would be helpful to me. I'm just not in agreement with the word minimum in this context. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall, can you address that? I think
yes.
Attention here is there. Go ahead.
So the goals that you see are not goals that have been set by myself or my office. These are goals that were discussed within the Race and Equity Subcommittee meeting. I am just simply bringing these goals that were discussed and adopted out of the committee to have a conversation about them, for me to get clarification on what type of work I need to do and really get an understanding of what some of these goals mean, so I can actually start to get to work on them. So I think that if there's a member of the subcommittee that would, I guess, kind of give context of how they arrived at that goal, that would be a little bit more beneficial. But these aren't our goals. I'm just trying to get clarification on what has been adopted out of the subcommittee.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can answer that, but I'll allow the chair to, if this is what you wanted to address, Commissioner Johnson, or if not, I'm going to go back to clarify that. Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, so maybe the wording is a little bit unclear, but my thought process behind this is that I'll just use this as an example. For example, we have 20, the demographic of Black folks in Gainesville is around 20%. So the ask here would be, is that at a minimum, the contracting, consulting, procurement benefits benefit the Black community at a minimum of 20%. It would be exceptional if we were to be able to get to 30, 40, 50% of Black-owned businesses that we were spending money with, instead of it being less than 1% that it is right now. At the bare minimum, it should be in alignment with the demographics of our city. Does that make sense? The way I explain that?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Okay.
So yeah, that's fine. I have a clear understanding now.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Johnson for the explanation. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as part of this goal, I think it's my understanding that one of the biggest issues we have is that there aren't enough, the availability of contractors who can do the work that are Black or women owned or things like that. How does this goal kind of tie into, if we can have this goal, but if we don't have the businesses can actually meet it, is this part of that goal as well, to help with creating, or not creating, but there aren't contractors that can fill the need right now in our community. How do we build that up, I guess, in a sense? Or is that part of this goal or not?
Yeah, and I'm just going to add on to that because I think Commissioner Johnson is prepared to answer that. But I believe that part of this goal needs to be more resources and effort towards identifying Black, minority-owned, women-owned businesses, because we know that there are many more out there that have not been identified by the city. Which hurts our ability to just validate whether we are spending money in, one area or another. So yeah, I mean, we're going to have to. It's not easy because a lot of communities face the same challenge, but we're going to have to put some more resources towards better identification. In addition to the other efforts we're going to have to make. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So you're right, this is not unique to our community, and why the disparity study that we're doing is really important, because it is going to end up, that's going to be a clear outcome of this, is that there are not enough of certain types of businesses to fulfill that need. And then Ms. Marshall, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the scope of work that the disparity study will entail is that they will help us identify what those areas are and help us to come up with either policies or solutions or programs to fix that. Not even fix it, but to improve. Is that right, Ms. Marshall?
That's correct. So part of the disparity study would entail finding out what businesses that we do have here in our community as far as availability. But also at the end of the disparity study, there'll be sets of recommendations on how to improve, or let's just say, we need more women-owned businesses. They'll give us recommendations on, how to increase women-owned businesses. But understanding that the disparity study is just only going to give us the recommendations, it's like there's an entire implementation piece that we would be looking at after that as well. But I have Sylvia Warren that can speak more to this from the business side. So I'll let her jump in. I can't see if she's on, but.
Ms. Warren, you with us? I only have Marshall on the screen, so.
I can't see.
Okay, I'm on. Right. Can you hear me okay?
We got you, 5 by 5.
All right, so I'm trying to cut my camera on, but I know you can hear me, but you may not be able to. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of echo what has previously been said already with regard to demographics. When we look at what's available in the city, as far as, for example, if we look at minority residents, we have African American is like, I think, 21.42%. Our Black-owned business demographics may not necessarily match that. So part of what the disparity study is going to do is look at what is available. And when we say available business owners, if we're looking at African Americans, or if we're looking at women, or if we're looking at veterans, et cetera, they're going to look at the disparity study. When they do the research, they're going to look at who's actually available and ready for business. So once that study is conducted, and out of that study, they'll say, okay, this is what's available in your city. This is what's available in your area, but this is what the organization is spending on these types of businesses. And we'll see whether or not they'll determine whether or not there's a disparity. And then once they produce that research or that information from their research, we can, as an organization, determine what we can do about that as an organization. And they'll make recommendations to us after the disparity study. But again, with those goals, as far as having it reflect the demographics in the city, we just have to kind of wait to see what they actually look like, because we don't know that yet.
Okay, excellent. Very helpful, Ms. Warren. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think it's a good goal. I think it's good to set that goal.
Back to brass tacks. Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thinking back to some of the initial conversations we had about setting these goals, we purposefully wanted, and I think this is like the prime example of this analogy. We purposely wanted to leave a goal like this broadly worded because to create it measurable, to make it attainable, to make it relevant, to make it time bound, as you mentioned, is going to require more research and more data. And the committee wanted to give the commission sort of a peek into our heads as to what we were trying to bring forward without snagging the commission on where we are right now, which is that we need a lot more data to figure out how we can make a measurable goal for this, because this is going to be one of those instances where I think good faith efforts are going to be extremely, extremely important. And so I would really want us to be focused on defining those good faith efforts as well. That's sort of outside of the goal, but for me, I think that if we do this well, we're gonna reach a place where more and more Black women and minority-owned businesses are going to recognize the work that we're doing. And if we're able to create processes that are accessible, and if we're able to sort of initiate that good faith relationship and rapport with these businesses, we're going to see the multiplication factor, and we're going to see a lot more people come into the city to do business. So this is an important goal. I wish I had the wherewithal to pin down the specific SMART goal for it, but I think we will get there in time. So I appreciate that this was discussed pretty heavily. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to follow up on my previous question, this might be for Ms. Warren, but so you mentioned the disparity study will be looking at the availability of minority-owned businesses. Will it also, will it be looking like in specific, so like road construction or things that are in those categories? Will it get down to the specific kind of funding categories so that we can kind of have more pinpoint solutions to being able to fix the disparities?
Yes, it is. They're going to look at industry.
Okay.
They're going to separate it by industry.
Okay. And just a reminder, when do we expect to have the disparity study back? Was it 12 months from now or?
Okay, so right now we are in the process of preparing the RFP for the disparity study. We're going to be having a kickoff meeting coming really soon that King Consulting is going to do with all of the parties within the organization that will be involved in the project. Once we are finished with that, we're going to advertise for the disparity study. So we're looking at probably within the next 60 days having that completed. And then after that, we'll of course advertise for the RFP for the disparity study. And then as far as how long the disparity study will take at that point, it kind of depends. It's the city's first time. You know, they're going to look at available data. They're going to look at how clean our data is. There's going to be a lot of entail, but I know typically it takes a minimum of a year to do a very thorough and robust disparity study.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Oh, I'm sorry, Ariola. Is that an old hand?
Yes, I just spoke.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I like everything I heard. My concern, and I think it's been echoed, you know, we think 9 months to a year to kind of put it all together. Are we going to be ready to welcome people back in a year is kind of my big concern, and I hope that we can. But I campaigned on accessibility of the city and its programs. So being able to have these boards and subcommittees open to the public that way, in a more equitable way to figure out how to have, you know, not specialists, not people who are very involved, find a way to become involved. I think that's kind of my priority out of the race and equity goals, is that regardless of your background, you feel that it is accessible, either in person, online, through a way to write in, a way to send comments. And that's ultimately what I want what I want out of the Race and Equity Subcommittee, I guess, direction of how to make advisory boards and a lot of our subcommittees accessible like that. I hope it's possible. I look forward to seeing it, but I really want to make sure that, how to phrase it, that it, I would consider this a success, this entire shift a success if people who have never come to a meeting before can come to a meeting. Regardless of race or background, I would consider it a success if we get new people involved. And I think that's the only way that we become better as a city, is we get new voices. So that would be my desire out of this process. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Just sort of a nod to staff as we discuss engagement on September 25th. If you can address accessibility, I think a place to start with that is what are barriers to accessibility? You don't have to come back to us with all the answers to that. I know that's a longer and more difficult process, but if we can at least be, sort of upfront about what the barriers to accessibility are. Then that allows us to have that conversation about fixing those barriers, removing those barriers, which ultimately is what equity is all about. So yeah, I appreciate that, Commissioner Sacco. So based on this conversation around goal 2, Ms. Marshall, what I would like to be added to this, because I think it clarifies the goal, and also I don't think there's anything wrong with putting things in goals that we believe are more readily achievable. And so I would like something, and I'm going to let you do the wordsmithing. I hate wordsmithing, at the dais, virtual dais as it may be, but that the city of Gainesville identifies existing, businesses, consultants, contractors, however we want to define that fall under the categories we're trying to address. And is able to procure at a minimum proportions and demographics of our city. So in other words, let's put in the goal that we are going to identify what the existing sort of capacity is in these different categories, understanding that it will be addressed through the disparity study. But the second part of that goal can't exist without that anyway. So let's just go ahead and put it in there and identify it. And it'll, so I think that way somebody reading this for the first time that hasn't been part of this whole process, I think will understand what we're trying to accomplish there as well. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. So I want to make clear that the disparity study clearly is going to take at least a year for some of that information to come back. And it was really important to the committee that we started doing something immediately. So we asked the city of Gainesville, both, general government side and GRU, to come back to us with ideas, and they did that. And what we're hoping to do at a subsequent city commission meeting is get an update on how those ideas have been implemented and are working right now. Because there are immediate kind of barriers that, can be removed right now. And some of those, some of that did happen. So, we can do that at a city commission meeting.
Yeah, so I'm just going to very directly say to the charters, please schedule that for a city commission meeting by the end of this fiscal year, by the end of September. Okay. Okay, thank you all very much. Let's keep moving forward. Ms. Marshall.
Okay, so moving into goal number 3. Out of the Race and Equity Subcommittee meetings, we've heard that a goal is that the city of Gainesville hires, trains, and promotes a racially and culturally diverse workforce within all departments at all levels. This is also a goal that came out of our strategic planning. I will tell you that there has already been conversations between our office, Human Resources, GRU, about what this work would look like. However, as managers, when we hear this goal, we hear probably 100 different things. So when I hear this, I hear recruiting, retention, promotions. I hear lots of different things that could affect our workforce like. And so for me, I think it would be helpful to hear when I goal, like I said, knowing that I see 100 different things, manager, what is the end goal with this goal? What is it that that we're looking for when we say this? And also recognizing that whatever we do with workforce equity, workforce development is going to have to start with data. And again, some of those conversations have already started and there's already data out there that we'll be looking at. But I just wanted to hear from the body when this goal is stated, as it's been stated in the Race and Equity Subcommittee meetings and together as a body during strategic planning, what does this mean to you?
Okay, well, I'll start since I don't see any other hands. Ms. Marshall, what I would add to the end of this is something similar to what we have at the end of number 2. Basically a representation amongst our community builders that is reflective of the demographics of our overall community. I mean, I think that's a very specific goal. and we at a minimum, so because you've heard this and I've heard this from people that question the whole validity of all this. Like, well, does that mean I have to fire women if I have more than 50% women in my department? Of course, we're not talking about that. We're setting, to use Commissioner Simmons' term, we're setting a floor, not a ceiling with this. But I think to me that simplifies and clarifies what the goal is.
And I would definitely be clear on that. We can't set hiring quotas. That would be completely illegal and a violation of Title VII, which I also as your city's EO director. So, we are always very intentional and very clear when we start talking about workforce equity and what the demographics of our city look like, and making it really clear that we are not establishing hiring quotas. That's not how you achieve equity. And again, that's not legal. So I just really wanted to get clarification on what this goal means. I will tell you that the conversations that I've had with Ms. Lisa Jefferson, our HR director, Yvette Carter at GRU, and Cheryl McBride, we are really excited about working on this goal. We understand that this is really a heavy lift because it requires us to look at all parts of our hiring processes, our onboarding processes, even from things like promotions, demotions. It is going to be a heavy lift. So I do want to really be realistic on when we start doing this work, putting together realistic goals around what type of work could look like, because we're not a super small organization. So we would be dealing in a lot of data that's going to require us to dive into. But I tell you that the conversation that we initially had, I think we all left that conversation really excited about working on this goal because we realized that this is the opportunity for us to think outside of the box, outside of what we can industry standard. This is the opportunity for us to do something very different and very unique here in Gainesville. So we're really excited about working on this goal, but I just wanted to be clear that when, this goal is stated, that we're all on the same page and hearing the same thing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Marshall, for that clarification. So I'm going to recognize Commissioner Ariola, and in doing so, I'm going to pass him the virtual gavel for just a couple minutes. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my thoughts on this particular goal, this has as much to do with what our organization is doing internally for hiring, training, and promoting, as I think it does with our strategic goals, which is to bolster workforce development and youth development in the city so that people can view themselves working at the city of Gainesville, at an early age and all of that. Where I want to see us go for this goal is a full review for all departments at all levels. What really inspired me to take this up as a goal was some of the research that was shared on the committee, showing some previous workforce research that we've done and looking into the fact that for certain positions, whether it's leadership positions or different departments, there is just a big disparity between the kinds of candidates that are given the opportunities, whether it's hiring or promotion or training, and really it's just a matter of reviewing every sort of cog in the machine. How are positions advertised? How are positions filled, and how are people promoted? Things like that. So for this, I'm not really sure how to put this into a sort of a measurable fixed goal without having more knowledge and setting. But really, what I would just like to see is just each department sort of have their own time to assess how they can promote a more racially and cultural diverse workforce. So we will look forward to that. I still have the gavel. So Commissioner Simmons, I see your hand up. Is this for this topic?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think this goal is if not the most important goal out of the 5, it is extremely important. We have such in various departments, we have a high concentration in various departments of African American employees in some lower level positions. And I would love to see how this goal have a positive impact in giving those employees an opportunity to be promoted, have an opportunity to get more training. And as I was listening to you, Mr. Ariola, you're absolutely right. Your perspective, from what I gather, you were looking at as people come into the city, how we promote those coming within the city. But I want to look at it from a transparent way of what we have now currently in the city and what can we do in these departments to promote to promote advancement in certain areas. Oftentimes, from what I have seen, a lot, not too many, but I have seen a lot, where you have a job opening in a higher level position and you may have someone that's qualified of color, and for some reason, maybe some type of barrier or what, I don't know, maybe they are not off the time as the best candidate. And I'm not saying that we look at a person's just skin color and say, okay, just because you're this person, you automatically get this position. By all means, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is just let's give people within certain departments the opportunity to be promoted, the opportunity for the extra training to enhance their skills, to be able to get to another level. So this is critical, and I think this is one of the most important goals that we have. So thank you for bringing this to the commission. And I really am eager. I want to see the data. I want to see where we go with this and how we move the needle in our departments. And you're absolutely right. We are one city, not two cities, not two departments within the city. We are one city that work for all of our community. And so I just really want us to get that connection and start working together to uplift the folks that are in these lower positions. And the data will show, most of our essential workers, they are minority. So how can we help them get the education, get the training so they can be able to be promoted? And I think once we have that ability to do that, you will have a better morale within the city. You have happy employees. You have you just have a better system that works better when everybody feel like they're included, that they can have that opportunity and get that chance. So I love this goal. Again, I think it's extremely important, and I am waiting and eagerly waiting to get the data to reflect this goal. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the, I have it on shared screen, so I can't.
I'm back, buddy. Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. This question for Ms. Marshall, and I'm trying to, our current diversity, equal opportunity goals, we look at like across the whole city, right? Is that how we're kind of doing, if I'm correct, like an EA, in this department, EA, we take all of those positions across the whole city. Is that how we're doing it now? Or do we look at, are we setting goals within a department, say, I guess is that currently how we're kind of setting our diversity and equal opportunity goals by across the city in terms of positions?
So yes, it is across the city. So we do have what's called affirmative action goals, and those are based on availability, within the community, look at things like shortfalls, underutilization, utilization, and we set goals based on those that we get. So what we have currently within the city is a list of positions that we do have affirmative action goals based on all of that criteria that will outline a potential hiring goal, whether it be for a minority or for a woman or for both. I will tell you that more than 50% of the time we do hit those goals, but there's always room for improvement. So we do have those goals, but again, part of my job also is explaining to managers that, we're not telling you that you have to hire someone just because they're a woman. But again, part of this work is going to be a huge part of it is when we talk about diversifying and setting goals, making sure that we're doing the right types of recruiting so we can widen our applicant pool so we can land on some of those goals, but they are citywide goals.
So I'm glad we're looking at setting this goal more about within departments, because I think that actually matters more about the diversity inside of a department versus the diversity for one position across the city, because people interact on it. I think this is about what the interactions are on a daily basis and making sure that people are culturally and racially diverse inside of a department so that those opinions can be heard. If we're saying, because if we're just looking at one position across the whole city, those positions don't interact at all. And I think I would much rather us set goals how this kind of goal is set and doing it by departments versus doing it citywide for a position, because I think this actually gets down to the daily interactions that people have. And I think actually addresses the issue more so. Because I know there's some departments in our city that they may meet the requirements, but they really don't, because some other department across the city is complete opposite of them or something like that too. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. Commissioner Hayes Santos, that's a really important point, and I'm hoping that is like very clear in this goal when it says within all departments at all levels. That was where I think the committee was kind of getting at, is that it needs to be like within the departments. Two is, Ms. Marshall, I think that you're hitting the nail right on the head when you're talking about, retention, hiring, what we want, what we mean when we say hires, trains, promotes racially diverse and culturally diverse workforce. It's within retention, hiring, support systems, promotions, demotions. But I think one thing that's missing, and what I really want to add, is disciplinary actions. I'm really interested to understand the disciplinary actions across the city and whether or not there are disparities within those. So I'd like to add, we don't have to add it in the goal, but add that as a point on your list.
It's already on there.
Of course it is. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say Commissioner Hayes Santos brought up an excellent idea about the department. I think that's great. I just wanted to say that was a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. One thing I'd like to add, and I think Ms. Marshall, this would be a good topic of conversation for the sort of high staff level core equity team. And that is the role that veterans preference plays in either helping us achieve our internal equity goals or not. So I had a conversation, I don't think she would mind me telling you. So I had a conversation with our city auditor who just hired a senior level position and hired a highly qualified candidate who happens to be a veteran. But she pointed out an interesting part of our hiring process. And so I started asking about this a little bit more. And as with most legal things, Can y'all hear me, by the way? Can somebody just say whether you can hear me or not? I feel like I'm frozen. Okay, thank you. So there's a state law that sort of defines what veterans' preference is in hiring. But there is what I have learned, a wide range of interpretation as to what that state law means. So one interpretation is if you have a veteran as a finalist, let's say you're interviewing 3 people or 4 people for the position, all things being equal, you must hire the veteran. Another interpretation is if you have a qualified veteran in the applicant pool, they must be given an opportunity to interview for the job. And there's sort of varying degrees within that. Now, where this comes into this goal is that there is a large majority of applicants who are veterans and that are qualified for the different positions that they're applying for that are white men. And so it can be a barrier to us achieving our racial and ethnic equity goals because all things being equal under a certain interpretation, and one I believe our city is employing right now, the veteran will always get that job. And so because like, I wouldn't dare put everybody on the legal sort of dime right now, but I think it is really important that our senior team, the people that are most directly responsible for hiring, have this conversation, look at how it can be interpreted in other cities and counties across our state, what the sort of legal findings have been, to make sure that our hiring officers and our HR, giving them direction, have as much latitude as is legally allowed when making final hiring decisions. Ms. Marshall and the other charters, is that request clear? And Ms. Bigby, if you want to get in here, since I invoked your name, you're welcome to, or you're welcome to stay out of it as well.
Mr. Mayor, I think that request is very clear. I briefly talked to the city auditor about this very same issue. So I'm fully aware of it, and we'll look into this.
Okay, very good. And so I don't want this to be one of those things where I kind of slip. I'm trying to think. Well, I've got a list going. I'm sure you do too. So we can bring it back up at the end when this might. I don't think this is something the commission needs to take action on, but I think it's something we need clarity on. And then if there's a policy that works better within this goal, then we can get your feedback and input on it. Okay, Ms. Marshall, let's go to goal 4. We're just blazing through this.
So goal number 4, which will be our last goal since we combined number 1 and 5. So goal number 4, the city of Gainesville meaningfully engages historically and presently marginalized groups. I do know that we've talked about this one a bit in the Race and Equity Subcommittee meeting. And when I hear this, I think of some type of community engagement tool. So wanted to hear kind of thoughts around this.
Yeah, I feel like we've addressed this, and I think the commission just wants to have some suggestions on that September 25th meeting when we talk about our overall engagement strategy and how we specifically are going to make sure we are connecting with historically and presently marginalized groups. I mean, I think it just fits perfectly with that meeting. Commissioner Arreola.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This goal is again another example of a very broad concept we wanted to bring to the commission. I really want us to focus on this statement being as inclusive as possible, because Gainesville does have so many different communities. And, you know, even just becoming commissioner, have I gotten the opportunity to get to meet some of these communities, particularly we have a very large Asian and Pacific Islander community. And I just want this to be as inclusive as possible for all of our groups. But I think I guess my thing with this particular goal is I never really got to the point where I figured out what is meaningful engagement and at what level do we define meaningful engagement? Because I think, you know, it's one thing to go to people's events and, getting to know people, that's one way to engage with people. But then what are we defining as more meaningful? And I guess that was one part where I hadn't quite put my, that's something we're gonna need to define, I think, for this goal to be meaningful is to define that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Let's get Commissioner Simmons, and then I'd like to hear from Ms. Marshall as to that question.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also agree with that question too. Define meaningful and also define marginalized groups. Would that include the homeless population? So I think we need to figure out who are we targeting and how we're going to engage in that with those groups. So thank you.
Okay, excellent. So Ms. Marshall, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I could be wrong because it's been a while since we had the discussion, but I think that we initially had named out a number of different groups in the committee and had digested that into this phrase.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Marshall, can you address both those points? Again, it doesn't need to be a final answer to the questions, but I know that this is your space, and so you've had some thoughts on both what meaningfully engages means and how we would define a marginalized group.
So I think one may be easier than the other. So defining presently marginalized and historically marginalized groups, I think that really is going to require a lot of community work to figure out one, who's in our community, who we have historically engaged with, but figuring out out of those groups that we've identified, who have we not engaged with? So I think that may be a little bit easier than defining what meaningful is, which I think is pretty subjective because what may be meaningful to me may not be meaningful to someone else. And so I really don't, when this goal was created, I don't know what the understanding of meaningful means because again, it is very subjective because what may be meaningful, I mean, we're talking about cultural differences here. We're talking about engaging with different groups. So what may be meaningful to one group culturally may not be meaningful to someone else. So if it were my choice, I'm not sure that I would use that word when we start talking about engaging with the community, simply because it is so broad, and what may be meaningful to someone may not be meaningful to someone else. So that's just kind of my thoughts behind that. But I think that when we look at historically who we've been communicating with, who we've been engaging with, I think that comes with diving into some of the data and groups that we've already engaged with, talking to different departments to see when they are out in the community who they're engaging with, but also looking at those groups that we haven't engaged with. And I know that there are community groups that we historically just really haven't engaged with a lot. And so I think that'll be a little bit easier. I hope that answers the question.
Sure. Thanks, Ms. Marshall. Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. That's how I feel about this specific goal, is that we have addressed basically all of it in the community, community engagement toolkit, and now it's a matter of operationalizing it. So I think that we will be pretty much covered with this when we talk about this in our September 23rd meeting.
Okay. Hopefully, yes. I'm optimistic that you're right on that, Commissioner. I'm going to give my 2 cents. I think marginalized is again not as difficult to identify. I mean, I think we can look at who we have historically engaged with and who we've heard from, and then there's going to be sort of everybody else, and that's so it's not a. I don't think that's too hard to focus in on. We clearly meaningfully is a subjective term. We can easily remove it. We can easily keep it. I don't think it does any harm. I mean, I think it's a more of a statement of intention. Like we want this to be productive and meaningful. What it means to me at its most simple, sort of stripped down level is that it's two-way communication. Our former city manager, Anthony Lyons, used to say that engagement in something you do with somebody, not to somebody. And very often in governments and private corporations across the world, they view engagement as unidirectional, like you engaged someone, which means you pushed something out to them, therefore I've engaged. And this has been the model, there's a development going up, so you send a letter out to the neighborhood and therefore you've engaged, right? And we know that's not meaningful. That's not like productive, interactive, two-way engagement. So the way I interpret meaningful is that it is bilateral, maybe trilateral, maybe more, but at least it's a flow of information and ideas that go both ways. And then what Ms. Marshall said, that the manner in which you do that can be different depending on the group you're talking to. And so meaningful engagement with a houseless population could be different than a student population or an elderly population, that's trying to age in place. So the how is going to vary differently, but what makes it meaningful or not, I think, is just that it is truly two-way interactive sharing of ideas and thoughts. And I don't want to overcomplicate it past that. But I agree with Commissioner Johnson that I think that if everyone does their job, both on the commission and staff, we're going to be able to come back with something that is meaningful on September 25th that will allow us to really get out into our community and start doing the hard work. Okay, Ms. Marshall, we combined number 5, and so I think there were some other things after that.
So kind of wrapping up, there were a few additional goals that came out of the strategic planning session. Obviously, the disparity study, which we've touched on already, and Sylvia, Ms. Warren gave a brief update that RFP is being developed by Keene. We're getting ready to have a kickoff. I will say that both procurements and general government and GRU have been working really hard to get us the things that we need to get this moving. So we want to thank them for that. We briefly touched on the budget equity tool, which was one of the on the horizon goals from the strategic planning session that was between 2021 and 2025. There was another goal that was discussed in the strategic planning session, which was intercultural competency sensitivity training for the city. This is one that I personally think that we should probably bring back to a meeting to discuss further. Because as we're talking about equity work, we also have to remember that we have to address culture as well. And sensitivity training and cultural competency training, it goes hand in hand with some of the equity training that we would be doing. So that's definitely something I think, although it was one that was considered on the horizon, that we should probably consider making a little bit of a higher priority to go hand in hand with the equity work that we're trying to do. And lastly, we had the MWBE development, but obviously that has to be pending a disparity study because we need to know if we have legal basis to create any type of MWBE programs. And so that's something that will be pending, that will be on the horizon within the next year or so. So moving forward, today, if these are goals that the City Commission still wants to continue with, then what we'd like to do as the Office of Equity and Inclusion is bring forth action plans on what the work for each goal would look like. So, an action plan would include things like work to be completed, who will be completing the work, project timelines, if there are any projected budget dollars. But we want to be able to bring back a realistic plan on each one of these goals to the Commission so they can see what this work would look like. And so it is our hope today that, again, if these are the goals that the Commission has decided to go with, that we would like at future meeting to come back and bring to you what this work would look like. And that is the end of my presentation. And so if there are any questions, I'm happy to take those, but it seems like we've kind of had a really good conversation today that I am extremely grateful for. I feel like this has been a long time coming, having this conversation. And I will say, and I feel like I can speak for my staff when I say this, that we are really excited about the work that we're getting ready to embark on. We know that it's not going to be easy work. It's going to come with its share of challenges. We've already met some of those, but we're willing to work through those issues and challenges, and that we're just really excited about the fact that this has been made a priority here at the city, and that we do have the backing of our elected officials. I will tell you, in speaking to some of my peers around in different states, we are ahead of the game, although and I say this loosely, we're ahead of the game when it comes to our equity work as far as having the backing of our electeds. Because I will tell you that in a lot of cities that getting buy-in from electeds has been the hardest part of getting equity work done. So having the backing of our elected officials truly is meaningful to what our office is trying to accomplish. So I do want to say that we do appreciate having the support of making equity a priority. And now I want to say the hard work, but the good work begins.
The fun work, the reason for getting out of bed in the morning work. Absolutely. Ms. Marshall, I want to thank you and your entire staff for all of the work you put into this. I also want to thank the subcommittee, which, whose work is not over, but has really put in a lot of the grunt work, the down in the trenches work so far to get us to this point. That's been invaluable. I'm going to go through a list of what I've heard. And then if, what I would like to do, y'all, is open it up for members of our public to share their thoughts with us before we offer a motion up, just to make sure there isn't maybe something else that's out there that we didn't think of in our conversation that we can include in a motion. But just for everybody, including folks that are listening in virtually, we are going to bring back, which is really goal 4, how we engage meaningfully with our neighbors, and especially including historically and presently marginalized parts of our community at our General Policy Committee meeting on September 25th. That will be part of a larger discussion for engagement. We agreed to combine goals number 1 and I think we haven't made a motion yet, but tentative agreement to combine goals number 1 and 5. I didn't hear any opposition to that, I guess I should say. That we add, oh my gosh, I put ID to goal number 2. Can you help me with that, Ms. Marshall? I don't remember what ID stood for.
Goal number 2 is
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did you possibly mean identify?
Oh yeah. Can you go back to that slide? Oh yeah. Thank you. Identifying the companies and consultant. Okay. So adding that portion to the goal, which will come out of the disparity study. For goal 3, I requested, I don't know if there's consensus on the commission or not, we'll find out when there's a motion, but having a discussion about what the state veterans preference requirement means when it comes to hiring. interviewing and hiring. And then what I'm going to suggest is that we put the issue of intercultural competency and sensitivity training on a GPC meeting for discussion during our first quarter sometime, and we can come back around to that as far as scheduling that. And a lot of that will be when staff feels prepared to, bring us what we need to have that conversation. And then it sounds like the MWBE discussion will need to wait a little bit longer till the disparity study. So that's just keeping it fresh and that it's still a priority in this, but we're not quite ready for that yet. Commissioner Johnson, was there anything else? I see your hands up. Anything that I missed on there that you want?
Yeah, I think you wanted to add, and I am in complete agreement with this, with goal number 3, that we add on to that. I'll just read it in full. The City of Gainesville hires, trains, promotes a racially and culturally diverse workforce within all departments at all levels, at a minimum proportionate to the demographics of our city.
I did say that, and I couldn't interpret whether Ms. Marshall was waving me off because that crosses the legal line or not.
Oh.
So Ms. Marshall, does that cross the legal line?
No, I don't think that crosses the legal line, as long as we're clear that we're not setting a hiring quota.
It's not a quota. It's a goal, not a quota.
It's a goal, correct.
It's an intention, or not an even intention. It's a
right. And there's ways that we can try to those goals.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that was included with that. So okay. Thank you. So Larry, let's please open it up for public comment. And Ms. Marshall, if you could take down your screen share so I can see everybody, that'd be fantastic. Thanks.
Mayor, we actually don't have any callers at this time. Thanks for checking.
What?
That's crazy.
I'm disappointed. I love all 135,000 of you, but I'm disappointed and surprised, frankly. Okay. Well, Commissioner Johnson, is that an old hand or were you there for a motion?
I was here for a motion.
Great.
Okay, I move that we combine goals 1 and 5, that we add identifying companies to goal number 2, that we understand that we ask staff to come together to find out interpretations of veteran preference, the interpretation of how we use veterans preference for the city, and that we add to goal 3 at a minimum proportionate to the demographics of our city. Am I missing anything?
That goal 4 will come back as part of our discussion of the overall engagement strategy on September 25th.
Yes, that along with the intercultural competency. Is that part of that or no?
You can, or honestly, we can discuss that when we schedule our fall.
Okay, so we'll just leave goal 4 comes back to us at our.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think I got everything. Did I get everything, everybody?
You did on my list. We'll give the second to Commissioner Ariola there. Larry, did you have somebody that called in?
Yes, sir. We do have one call if you'd like to take it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Stand by. Nathan Scott for 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
So, thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Nathan Scott. So with respect to the discussion, I am concerned about some of the comments. Veterans. It seems to me holistically that the city should hire or seek to hire the most qualified applicants. And that might preclude the need to hire an additional consultant every time we have a city commission meeting, but y'all don't seem to give any thought to that. But the discussion seemed to focus on how far can we draw the line before it becomes a quota or a mandate. And, I don't think personally your EEO director should be given legal advice. I think you should be looking to the city attorney with that. And again, the comments and desires of this city commission to effectively mandate quotas, requirements, and or it certainly seems like a quota, folks. Y'all can play semantics all day and say it's not, but when you're talking about how you can thread the needle and dance around state veteran preferences and other things like that, again, the city should be hiring based on qualifications, irrespective of race, color, religion, any of those things. It should hire qualified staff, and that might help better solve the challenges faced by the city as opposed to you guys engaging in quotas and social engineering. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that it, Larry?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Back to the commission, Commissioner Sacco.
So I want it to be clear for the public and maybe even some of us as well. I don't think anything that we're proposing here is, how to put it, not hiring the best candidate. We want the best candidate. I think what we're doing is making sure that when we search for candidates, we cast a wider net, that we look at where we've historically failed to recruit people and go into those populations to find great recruits. I think it's a lot similar to, if you have a historically poor school, no one's gone there to recruit for college. You don't know if you have the next Nobel Prize winner there because no one's historically gone into that school. That kid might be brilliant, but no one's bothered to go there. And I think what this process is doing, that we look and reassess how we hire, where we look for those candidates and allow them to even apply because we might have missed them in the past. And I think this process isn't, casting aside a good candidate. It's looking for the best candidates in corners we haven't searched before.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'll just add to that research after research shows that the more representative your organization is, whether you're a company or a public institution, but the more representative you are of the community you serve, the better you are at what you do. You're more profitable, you're better at delivering services, you're a better police force, you're a better restaurant. I mean, whatever. The more you are, the more you look like and are culturally connected to the community you serve, the better you do it. And so this isn't just about doing what's right for individuals. It's about doing what's right for all those people that we're serving. Commissioner Simmons?
And yes, and I would like to add too, also the members of the department also have an opportunity to get additional training, look at promotion, and have that upward mobility. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation as well.
And the congregation said amen. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, thank you all. Let's go ahead and move to a vote, Madam Clerk.
All right. Ariola?
Aye.
Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye. Did they get you, Commissioner Johnson?
You did. I just have something to say.
Oh yeah, right on. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Excellent discussion. I really you also, thanks for all that. All right, Commissioner Johnson, quickly before our next item.
I just want to say a big hallelujah. So, so thank you to the Office of Equity Inclusion and Tanisha and all the hard work that you all have put into this. Thank you to the subcommittee. I am like so thrilled we're finally here and that we're moving forward. I mean, we have been working on a lot of this already. It really, it's been moving, but to get this formalized with the entire commission, hallelujah! Thank you. Okay, that's it.
Grace comes in many forms, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Ariola.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I share in the enthusiasm of Commissioner Johnson. See, in those subcommittees, I told you we were getting somewhere. I told you we were moving the ball forward every time. But I really want to quickly just thank everyone on the commission. Something Tanisha Marshall said was really, really important, which is the elected officials' support for this. But keep in mind, we also set the tone. I think that the diversity on this commission is a huge strength, and we have really strong white allies on this commission as well, and that is every bit as important as well. And I think that if we on this commission set this standard, I think we can achieve this for other boards in Alachua County, which frankly need more diversity and representation. So thank you to everyone on this commission. We've really done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Like Ms. Marshall said, all we have is the good, fun work ahead of us, right? Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and move to our next item. A discussion of potential for issuing pension obligation bonds. And so, Mr. Feldman, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. We will ask you to hear a brief presentation today on pension obligation bonds. I know I've had a chance to talk with some of you about the concept of what POBs are. The city has a history of issuing pension obligation bonds back in 2003 to discharge a portion of our unfunded liability with our two pension plans. We've looked at the market as it exists today, our current unfunded liability, and based upon what we've seen and our financial consultants have seen, this may be a good time to do it again. So we're aggressively pursuing that and wanted to bring you up to date as to our thoughts on this and the timing of moving forward and the potential savings to the city. Before, I want to thank our partners at GRU who share in funding our pension plan with their analysis. And I think, as you will hear, we've come to a joint conclusion that this is a good thing to move forward with. So I'm going to ask Jay Glover with PFM to walk us through a presentation that he has prepared. And Jay, I believe I see you on here. And I will—
Glover, welcome. We're glad you're with us.
Turn it over to Jay. And Jay, I think you can share your screen.
So this is Jay Glover from PFM. Can you hear me okay?
We got you loud and clear.
So just give me 1 second. I'm going to try to start my video.
There you go.
Okay, and let me get the presentation ready and I will pull it up on the screen, hopefully. I wasn't sure if I would be sharing, if you all would have the controls, so I apologize for that.
And while Jay's doing that, let me also point out, I see Mark Benton on the line on the call as well. Mark was instrumental back in 2003 in the first POB issue and has served as a good guide and counselor on this next iteration.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks, Mr. Ben.
Okay. Okay, can you all see the screen here?
Yeah, we got you. It's great, Mr. Glover.
Perfect. Again, Jay Glover from PFM Financial Advisors, LLC, and we are the city's financial advisor on debt-related matters. And I have a couple of my colleagues on the phone, David Moore, as well as Paul Matteo, to assist me here in case questions might come up. So this is not a very long presentation, but I'm not going to go through every single slide on here, but really kind of hit the highlights and then obviously address any questions you all might have. The first, I'll say 2 slides, really gets at the punchline of sort of how pension obligation bonds work. And as the city manager pointed out, this is not something unique to the city of Gainesville, as back in 2003, one of these was completed. And we'll kind of talk about where the market is today versus where you did the deal back then, just to give you a bit of a comparison. But really, a pension obligation bond deal is used to fund upfront part of your ongoing unfunded liability. So whereas in general, you make annual contributions to your pension based on an actuarial generated, series of cash flows, by doing a pension bond deal, you're able to actually fund all or a portion of that unfunded liability up front. And then the goal would be to get the benefit of investment returns on those funds up front, lowering your ongoing payment. As you see, perhaps most importantly in the third bullet here, historically, pension obligation bond deals are most effective when you're issuing the bonds at a very low interest rate, and we're at historically low interest rates today. And at the same time, you're able to invest those proceeds in the equity markets that have potentially declined from their peaks. Obviously, in a perfect world, this would be done when the investment markets are at their absolute lows, but it's really impossible to time when that might happen. And it also takes time to put a financing in place. So while we've come off of our lows of the equity market that we experienced as COVID kind of hit, we're still a good bit below, the peaks that we saw before COVID. And really the very low interest rates is what makes this perhaps even more attractive. And we'll get to this at the end of the presentation, but we're showing that the city could reduce their annual expenses in terms of payments to the pension as compared to debt service payments on an ongoing basis by about $5 to $7 million a year. And keep in mind, that is based on some assumptions on what these proceeds might earn over time, specifically that they would earn 7.9%, which is your assumed earnings rate in your pension. So the actual results of the savings would depend on what those actual investment returns are over a longer period of time. Again here, just to kind of give you the big picture overview, this is a snapshot of essentially how a pension bond deal works. Again, your actuarial report assumes a 7.9% investment return over time. So in today's market, we are assuming you can actually borrow on a taxable basis at about a 2.80% interest rate. So really the arbitrage that's at play here is, the difference between that 7.9% assumed earning rate in your pension and the 2.8% borrowing rate. So when we talk about estimated savings, the estimated savings are generated by the difference in those two interest rates. So if you look at it in a snapshot, theoretically, that's the potential estimated savings you can earn. The reality will come about as to what your actual earnings are in your pension over time. So really, in its simplest terms, if you borrow at 2.8% and then over the next 20 to 30 years, your pension earns more than 2.8% return annually, you will be better off by doing a pension bond deal in its simplest terms. If it earns over 7.9%, that's when you really have exceptional returns. The only time you're hurt by doing a pension obligation bond deal is if your investment earnings over time are lower than your borrowing rate. So really the only time that you would be worse off by doing a POB is if your investments in your pension are not earning 2.8% on average a year over the long term. So really that's why when talking with the city manager, we thought this was a potential opportune time to look at these, because historically the city has earned well over the 2.8% in its pension fund. In fact, I think you've actually earned over the 7.9% actuarial earnings if you look back over the last 10 years. So really in its most simple terms, that is what we call sort of the arbitrage that's at play here. So really the two key components to any POB are, where can we borrow at upfront today? So when you borrow, you would actually lock in that 2.8% borrowing rate. So that is not going to change over time. And what would change is your investment earnings in your pension. So as long as they're over 2.8% on average, you're going to be better off. And we all know that there'll be years where you're probably potentially earning negative in your pension. There'll be years where you earn positive, significant positive. So it's really just over time, what are you earning on average? So let me just pause there for 1 second. It's hard to kind of see within the room if people might have questions or what. So I'm going to pause periodically to see if there might be questions.
Don't worry about that, Mr. Glover. I'll make sure if anybody has questions, I'll butt in. But for now, I do. And it's not so much for you, but I was wondering if Mr. Benton had our 30-year rolling historical average on earnings.
In the general pension plan, I can give you the 25-year averages.
That's fine, yeah.
Slightly higher than 10% on the consolidated plan. It's a little bit less than that, but it's very close to 10.
Great, yeah, thank you. I think that's helpful for the commission. That is, again, we've had years that we've, been over 15 and, 20, and then, lean years too. But I think that's important to understand that over a 25-year period, we've been right around 10%, earnings on our investments. Mr. Feldman, you want to jump in there as well?
I do. So I also want to just clarify something that Jay said. So we have this unfunded liability. If you think of that as we funded benefits, just like you have a mortgage on a house, each year we pay principal and interest. In order to make our plan actuarially sound, we have to pay interest on that unfunded liability each year. And the interest rate that we pay is 7.9%. So if you sort of think of this also as like you would on a house, refinancing that debt, we'd be refinancing that debt at 2.8%. So it's more than just investing the proceeds and hoping to get a return better than 2.8% over the life of the bonds, but it's also looking at reducing our annual carrying costs on that unfunded liability by lowering the interest rate that we're paying. Jay, I think I described that correctly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we have some slides as we get back in the presentation that shows what your annual payment would be sort of in the pay-as-you-go scenario where you're just making your annual payment each year as compared to the different payments associated with doing a pension obligation bond deal. And that's really where you can see the estimated savings come about. So we'll get into that level of detail as we work through the presentation. The next few slides really just, again, talk just generally about pension obligation bond deals. There's a lot going on in this slide here, but this just shows the number of pension deals that have been done over time. And you can see it's not done, every day, but there are plenty of pension obligation bond deals that are done. So about 640 over the last 20 years for about $54.6 billion. And interestingly enough, if you look back to 2003, which is when the city most recently did a pension obligation bond deal, that was a very active year for pension bonds because at that point in time, we actually thought we were in a fairly low interest rate environment. But if you go back to where we were then and where we are now, there's really no comparison. When the city did its pension obligation bond deal in 2003, the borrowing rate was over 5.5%. And again, we're looking at something well under 3% in today's market. So really, this just shows you the kind of the history of when pension obligation bond deals have been done over time. And I think if you look back, maybe you get forward a couple years and you look back historically at 2020, it might be another year where pension obligation bond deals were done more frequently, just given the low interest rate environment that we're in. I won't hit on this slide. This is, again, just the illustration we put in front of you before as related to the arbitrage play. And again, here we kind of hit this in the executive summary about when the most opportune time is to actually do a pension bond deal. And again, ideally, you would want to do it when, the stock market is at its most depressed levels. But given how low the borrowing rate is today, there's still substantial arbitrage, even though we're kind of in the recovery kind of stage of the stock market return. And, obviously it's anybody's guess as to whether we'll have sort of another retrenchment in the stock market moving forward. But we want to be prepared to obviously take advantage of this opportunity at the opportune time, which is the reason we're here today to hopefully get some direction as to whether the commission wants to move forward so we can begin preparing the documentation for such a transaction that we can move forward with.
And if you'd please pause there, Mr. Glover, Commissioner Simmons has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Glover, could you go back to the previous chart? The bar graph?
This one?
No, the nationwide.
Okay, this one?
From 20 Yeah, that one. So is in 2000? So is this based on a full year? Because we're only 7 months into 2020. So I just wanted to get some history on this graph, and I wanted to know the difference between 2000 and 2020.
Yeah, so that's a good question. So really the stats up through 2019 are yearly stats for a full year. The 2020 stats are just a partial year. So that does not reflect a full year. It just reflects the first 6 months of issuance in 2020. If you look at this. So
it's roughly the same as 20 years ago at half the time. Well, pretty much at the 6 month, half a year, the 2020 half a year versus 2000, you're looking at a 6 year difference from 20 years ago where we are now.
Yeah, so in 2020, the statistics on pension obligation bond deals were very similar to where they are in 2020 in terms of the par amount of bonds issued, as well as the number of pension obligation bond deals that are done. That's correct.
And that's the whole year, 2000.
2000 would be a full year statistic,
yeah.
And 2020 would be a partial year. And I would suggest to you that, you know, many of the issuers that might do pension obligation bond deals this year are probably at the same stage that you all are, because, you know, no one expected sort of COVID-19 to come about, which has resulted in two things, both the things that are good for a POB, which is low borrowing rates, as well as a decrease in the value of equities. So obviously many issuers probably weren't prepared for that. So to the extent they're wanting to do POBs, they're probably at the very early stages like the city of Gainesville is.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Glover, you can continue.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip through on page 8, just some things that we look at in terms of a pension obligation bond deal. And there's two that I want to be most particular attention to. And one is ratings impact. So the city of Gainesville obviously has very strong credit ratings. You're rated AA3 and AA- in terms of your covenant to budget and appropriate non-ad valorem ratings. So we want to make sure when we structure any pension obligation bond deal that we're not going to do anything to impact those ratings negatively. So while it's a significant amount of debt that will potentially be issued through a POB, it's really replacing one liability for another liability, and in fact, hopefully reducing that liability. So when the rating agencies look at this, they'll obviously see an increase in the overall level of debt for the city, but they're going to see a decrease in the corresponding unfunded liability of the pension. So those two things should work against each other. And if structured properly, we should be able to accomplish this without impacting the city's credit ratings. The other thing is debt capacity. So we want to make sure the city has enough debt capacity to do such a bond deal, because there's a limit on the amount of debt capacity the city has for ongoing projects. And we think we can structure this in a way, especially since GRU is a major contributor to the pension and the general employees pension, such that it does not have a material impact on your debt capacity and still leaves room for additional capital projects moving forward. So just want to make sure as we look at any type of structure that those two things are really at the forefront of our minds, and making sure we structure this in a manner that does not impact either of those in a negative way for the city. Again here, this graph is a bit busy, but really what this is saying is that over time, returns in the equity market have almost always exceeded the fixed income interest rate. So in other words, equities have always, with very few instances, outperformed fixed incomes over a long period of time. And why is that important? Because you're obviously borrowing in the bond market and setting a fixed income rate, whereas you're investing in equities, with these funds. And one other thing we want to highlight here is, generally your pension funds are invested with some type of asset allocation target. So you have so much equities you're invested in, so much fixed incomes you're invested in, and then you might have some other asset classes that you're invested in. With a pension obligation bond deal, you're likely going to want to invest these proceeds fairly heavily in the equity market. And the reason is you do not want to borrow in the fixed income market to invest in the fixed income market, because that arbitrage play that we talked about, which is the spread between the two rates, the borrowing rate and the investment rate, will not materialize as likely in the fixed income market. So as we work through this process, obviously, and the city wants to move forward, we'll also look at how to best invest these proceeds and work with your investment managers to make sure we're managing those in the appropriate fashion such that we can take advantage of the arbitrage situation as best as possible. So that was sort of some general information on pensions, just kind of big picture. The rest of the presentation really highlights the assumptions we use, which are embedded in your current pension plans, as well as the borrowing assumptions we used and what that equates to in terms of estimated savings on your pension. So I'm not going to walk through the actuarial assumptions. These are things that are within your actuarial report for each of the pensions that I think you're well aware of. Most importantly here, I'll highlight again, you all assume a 7.9% discount rate in both of your pension funds, which is really what we're going to use as our assumed investment rate over time. And again, same thing here for your police and fire pension. 7.9% of the discount rate. One thing I did want to mention, and let me go back one page, is in your general employees pension fund, I think about 59% of those contributions are paid by GRU and 41% are paid by the city. So when we look at estimated savings, we'll have some tables that also break down the savings between those two components. Within the police and fire, obviously, that is 100% city funded. So in terms of the pension obligation bond deal scenarios, you'll see here we've run 4 scenarios. One is no change. So really, you just continue to make your annual contributions based on your actuarial reports that are developed each year. And then scenarios 2, 3, and 4 are really looking at doing a pension obligation bond deal at different funding levels. So scenario 2 looks at funding 80% of the unfunded liability. Scenario 3 looks at 90% of the unfunded liability. And scenario 4 looks at funding 100% of the unfunded liability. And we'll get to what those amounts look like on the next page. In terms of your POB assumptions, again, these are done as taxable bonds, which is required. And we're assuming an estimated 2.8% borrowing rate in today's market. And I think that's probably actually a little conservative in today's market because interest rates have continued to decline since we put this presentation in place. The desire, if the city wants to move forward, would be to close this deal before the end of the fiscal year so that it can be reflected in your next actuarial report as of 10/1/20. And then we just have standard bond provisions in terms of underwriter's discount and cost of issuance, which are built into these estimated savings figures. So again here, based on the different scenarios, if you look at the general employees pension plan, right now your unfunded accrued actuarial liability is about $167 million. So if you did scenario 4 and wanted to fund 100% of that, you would be undertaking $167 million financing in order to fund 100% of that up front. And then you can see scenarios 2 and 3, 80 to 90%. It shows how much you would actually borrow up front in order to put into the pension based on each of those scenarios. And again, same thing for the consolidated police and fire. The 100% funding or your current unfunded accrued liability is about $48.6 million. And you can see if you wanted to fund 80 and 90% of that, what that would mean in terms of upfront funding. All right, so the next number of slides look at your general employees pension plan. And I'm going to actually skip through the next 2 slides because this just graphically shows what the numbers look like in another page, which I think is a little bit easier to follow. let me just, I need to move my screen over a little bit. Okay. So, excuse me. So, and just to kind of summarize the savings that we estimate you could achieve based on doing each of these scenarios within your general employee pension fund. And then on the next slide, we'll show this annually. So again, scenario one, if you just continue to make your annual payments over the next 30 years as determined by your most recent actuarial report, you'll be making $340 million worth of total payments to your pension over that period of time. So that's just kind of the standard. Continue doing what you're doing, no pension obligation bond deal, just make the annual payments each year, which will add up to $340 million. We are assuming if you borrow 80% of your unfunded liability and your investment returns equal 7.9% annually, those payments would be lowered to about $248 million. So you would actually save on a gross basis about $91.5 million. And then you can see that how that breaks down between general governmental and GRU, as well as on a net present value basis. So obviously substantial savings in doing something like this, but I continue to want to stress this assumes a 7.9% return on your investments over time. So to the extent it earns a little bit less than that, obviously your savings would go down. And to the extent it earns more than 7.9, you would actually realize more savings than this. But the only time where you're going to get into a situation where there's no savings would be if your funds earn less than 2.8%. So again, if for some reason over the next 30 years, your pension fund only earned 1%, your total compensations under each of these pension bond deals would be greater than the $340 million. So obviously, that's something we want to make sure we continue to focus on. And you can see here the 90% funding level. If you're funding more of the unfunded liability and earning that 7.9% on a larger pot of funds, that's obviously going to continue to increase your estimated savings up to $103 million on the 90% funding level and $114 million on the 100% funding level. So again, significant estimated savings by doing a pension obligation bond deal in today's current market environment. And this slide has a lot of numbers on it, but I just wanted to be able to kind of annually show how those numbers are generated. So if you look at scenario one, where it says UAAL contribution, I hope everybody can see this. This is what your actuary generates each year and shows what you're projected to make on a pay-as-you-go basis if you don't do a pension obligation bond deal. So you can see it starts at about $12.8 million, and it grows over time to a peak of about $19 million in 2039. So if you do nothing, this is essentially what you're going to have to budget each year to make your, unfunded accrued liability contribution. And then in the blue, yellow, and green scenarios, this shows what it looks like with a pension obligation bond deal. So let me just highlight the 80%, and I don't necessarily need to go into the others, but if you fund 80% of your unfunded accrued liability, you will do a bond deal, as we discussed before, and you will have annual debt service payments that are shown in that debt service column of about $5.9 million, increasing up to about $11 million. You will also have a continued unfunded liability of the remaining 20% that we're not funding, which you can continue to make, which is the UAL contribution of $2.5 million all the way up to $3.3 million. So you combine those two payment streams, again, your debt service on your POB with your remaining 20% of the unfunded liability, and it gets you a total payment in a given year. And really the savings are generated between the difference between the kind of the standard UAL contribution in scenario one versus the total contribution in scenario two, which gets you to that gross savings if you go down to the bottom of that column of about $91 million. So again, assuming 7.9% investment return. And we've structured this such that your gross savings essentially level in each year, so you have a level budget impact in each year. There's other ways to structure the savings. You can structure more up front, you can defer the savings, but for this base case, we just looked at a level savings scenario over time. Same for the 90% scenario. And then the one unique thing about the 100% funding is if you're funding 100% of the liability, you have no further UAL contribution moving forward. So you just have a debt service payment. That's why that column there is 0. But again, here, if you go down to the far right bottom column, you're showing about $114 million of estimated savings based on 100% funding of your UAL over time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Glover. There's a question at this point. Commissioner Simmons?
Thank you, Mayor. Do you recommend structuring it up front? What's your thoughts on that?
To me, and again, we would want to discuss that with the city manager, and we've already had those types of discussions. I wouldn't want to take all of the savings up front, but if there was a desire to have maybe some additional savings up front and the savings, declined over time for budget purposes, I think those are the things that we can look at. I think one thing that we don't want to do is really take all the savings in the first few years, because I think the rating agencies would look negatively upon something like that. I think they're going to look more favorably if you're taking savings over the life of the pension, as opposed to potentially, filling budget gaps within a very short period of time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you, Mayor.
And City Manager, I don't know if you had any other comments about sort of how you might envision structuring savings.
Yeah, no, at this point, I'm happy with the level of savings. I think it gives us a consistent outlook for the next literally 20 years on this deal, and will allow us to bolster our reserves and provide a cushion for the post-COVID environment.
Right,
and just sorry.
Go ahead.
And transitioning to the police and fire pension, which is again 100% city funded. I'll skip through these first two graphs and just kind of get to the punchline in terms of the estimated savings. Again, here for scenario 1, if you just did status quo and continue to make your annual payments, we're showing about a $98.6 million total revenue stream as calculated by your actuary, who is Foster and Foster. Again, here we look at 80, 90, and 100% funding levels. And to the extent you do that, we're showing at an 80% funding level, your contributions would be reduced to about $73 million, or about $25 million of gross savings, which increases to about $31 million of gross savings if you look at funding at 100% of your pension unfunded liability. I'll also point out that the present value figures here and on the prior slides assume a 7.9% discount rate, which is obviously the earned and assumed discount rate as well. And then I think the final slide in the presentation will look obviously very similar on a little bit smaller scale. Again, scenario 1 shows that annual payment stream over the next 20 years as determined by your actuary. And then we look at sort of how that equates to a debt service payment and a remaining unfunded contribution under each of the scenarios. And you'll see if you look down at the gross savings column in each of these scenarios, it should match back to what was on the prior page. So $25 million of annual or total savings under scenario 2, all the way up to $31 million of annual savings with the 100% funding liability. So if you'll recall, on the very first page, we talked about an estimated annual savings of between $5 and $7 million. So if you don't mind, I'll skip back a couple of slides. And really that comes about under the 80% funding level. You can see your annual savings is about $4.3 million in your general employees, and it's about $1.2 million in your police and fire. So that's a little over $5 million of annual savings. And if you look at the same thing on the 100% funding level, where you have about $5.4 million of annual savings by funding 100%, You combine that with about $1.5 million in police and fire, that gets you to your $7 million savings level. So again, in summary, assuming the city earns 7.9% annually on its pension obligation bond proceeds that are invested in significant, composition of equities, we're estimating the city can, lower its ongoing payments by about $5 to $7 million for the next 20 years. And again, just want to make sure, as I say it over and over again, the actual savings will depend on sort of what that investment rate is over time. And obviously, it's not going to be 7.9% each and every year, but based on what the actuarials have done over time and what your investment rates have been historically, that's what we assume for purposes of this analysis. So with that, I'll just pause, and obviously happy to address any questions you all might have.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. Mr. Feldman, you wanted to jump in?
I did. So I wanted to emphasize two points. One is on the savings, regardless of which option, which scenario is picked. When we talk about the general employee plan, I want to make sure everybody understands that's split between GRU and general government. But then the general government piece is further split by all of our various different funds. So all those savings on the 41% does not inure to the general fund, but a portion will go to sanitation and stormwater, RDS, and the other parts of general government. On the police and fire plan, all those savings would inure to the general fund, since police and fire are wholly contained within that budget. The second thing I want to point out, and this goes back to a slide that Jay had with regard to how the money is ultimately invested. Should we move forward with the POBs, and it's going to be my recommendation that we do, we will work closely with both pension boards in order to work with them on how the money should be invested, recognizing that the police and fire pension board or retirement plan has a little bit more autonomy, but both have boards, both have a very significant say in how the funds will be invested, and both are going to need to be consulted through this process as we're going through the final stages.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Feldman. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank Mr. Jay Glover for his very detailed spreadsheets. So initially, commissioners, I want to thank the manager for bringing this option to the table. I think I would feel more comfortable having this conversation if I had some type of a risk analysis done internally here by our city. That could be, in the past, I know we've asked our auditor's office to pursue those because while there's a lot of potential benefit, there are very specific assumptions, particularly with investments that are being made. And I just want us to have a full appreciation for the type of risk that we would be taking because to me, it is not an insignificant thing that if we don't hit our targeted returns on investment, that we will actually be adding more debt than we would have in the first place. So I think that warrants some closer inspection. I want to know how these would be affected in terms of credit rating agencies, how credit rating agencies view our debt portfolio. If we are, we're not talking about a little bit of payments with these POBs. We're talking about 80 to 100%. So I want to know what credit rating agencies would think about that. I want to know sort of, what are the overall liabilities if our interest rates, or not our interest rates rather, but if our returns on investment aren't met over a period of years. And I understand that 20 years is a very long time, and so you can afford maybe 1 year to not do so great, and the next year, that's all part of the sort of speculation business. But that is one aspect of government. We have other considerations that we need to be weighing as well, rather than just, is this maybe something that could result in 31 million freed up dollars, excuse me, by taking on early debt. So, I haven't even gotten, for me, I am so early in my process of vetting this decision that I will not even allow myself to begin to talk in terms of how we would spend these savings. Because in my view, we're not even there yet. So, if this commission would like to, then go ahead. But I just want to caution that we're not even, as far as I'm concerned, that is something that is a little bit further down the road. And I just like a better idea for the structure of our payments, principal payments, things like that. And I just want to have a better idea. The savings is nice to talk about, but this is much more major than savings. I do have one question, Mr. Jay Glover, and that is, if you know off the top of your head other cities that are pursuing this type of a transaction at this type of a level at this time, and how they're pursuing it.
Yeah, I mean, we're having conversation with a number of clients. I'll tell you, the city of Fort Lauderdale did one of these a number of years ago. They actually just did a refunding transaction of that one that priced a couple of weeks ago very successfully. City of West Palm Beach did one a few years ago. I know Riviera Beach in Florida has done one. Right now, we're in discussions with a number of clients about these types of things, but none are actively, have priced one, other than the city of Fort Lauderdale, who just did one, I think 2 weeks ago.
Okay, and could you, you used a term I wasn't familiar with, refund?
Yeah, so City of Fort Lauderdale did a pension obligation bond deal a number of years ago, and they've actually just refinanced it or refunded it, just like you would refinance a home mortgage. They actually went out with another financing at a lower interest rate to even further reduce their debt service payments, is what they did.
Okay, well, so that and that's something I would want to know is our flexibility to refinance.
Yeah.
These POBs.
So that's a good question, and I know one that's at the forefront of the city manager's mind as well. Any POB that we would do for the city would have a 10-year par call option on it. So it would be likely a 21 year financing, but the city would have the option to prepay it after 10 years at par without a penalty. So that's something that's fairly common in today's market. That was not very common in 2003 when the city did its initial pension obligation bond deal. So that is some additional flexibility that you do have in the pension bond market that you didn't have, in 2003 when the city did its initial financing, which was done as a non-callable deal. So there was no optional prepayment ability back in 2003.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, that is all the sort of thoughts that I have initially. Some may come up later, but I'll go ahead and pass it on over.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Areola asked a couple of the things that I was most curious about, what our refinancing and early payment options would be. Refinancing, we're not going to get a better rate than this, I don't think, ever. But certainly as we go forward, we might want to stretch out, and we don't know what 10 years from now will look like. but it's good to know that those options will be available to us. I'm curious to, first let me say I agree that I would like to get the auditors weigh in on this. I like the idea. I really like the idea. I think it's a wise move, generally speaking, but I do want to get some assurance and some risk assessment. I'm interested in Mr. Benton's opinion and Ms. Rasnick's opinion, and to hear how they might weigh in on this, and just with general thoughts on it. I don't expect them to, to be extremely specific right now, but I would like, if not today, then soon, to hear their feedback on it. I'm also interested to know, Mr. Manager, which of the three scenarios you are most interested in as we move forward. And I would also like to say that I am thinking about the savings, because the whole point of this is the savings. And I would absolutely like any savings that we accrue if we do move forward with this to, at least for the initial years, to go toward an emergency fund and toward reserves. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe you said this earlier. I just want to kind of confirm it. Was it this deal transaction would break even if the annualized return was 2.2%? Was that correct over the 20 years?
2.8% in this assumption, yeah. And just to be clear, that rate would not be locked in until we entered the market and priced these bonds. But once you do that, that borrowing rate would be locked in for the full 20-year term. But that's an estimate based on today's market, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we should move forward. I think it's a prudent financial decision to have significant savings for general government, GRU, and I believe it will work out well for the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman, I'm going to go to Commissioner Simmons first, and I'll come back to you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to say that I like the idea, but I really want to have a risk assessment done. And that's all I wanted to say. And I like what Harvey said too.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Feldman.
Oh, you got me as commissioner again, sir.
Sorry.
It's okay. So couple thoughts. One is I think Jay can talk a little bit about what the rating agencies are going to think about issues like this. Second is I would recommend you don't spend any of the savings. One of the things we've talked about in recent months has been the need to rebuild our reserves and enhance our reserves, and this gives us an opportunity to do that. And then the third is I would concur, doing a risk assessment is going to be prudent. One of the things the actuaries will do for us, and certainly we could ask the city auditor to participate, is to do what they call a Monte Carlo analysis on the possibilities of having lower than the 7.9% annual rate of return. They have to do that anyway, and that rate of return is scrutinized by the state to be determined to be reasonable for investment purposes for the pension plans. And maybe before Jay talks, Mark or Claudia can chime in on their impressions of this as well.
Yeah, let's go around the horn. Let's start with you, Ms. Rasnick, if you have any thoughts you'd like to share.
So overall, if there's a risk assessment done and if we wanted to have some specific conversations, we'll be happy to. It sounds like a couple of the individual commissioners would like to have those conversations, so we could do one of two things. We could do it individually or just come back and talk to the group. Overall, there are significant savings with pension obligation bonds, right? The question is, how much will we earn on the funds once we actually receive them? And so it may help the commission feel a little bit more comfortable once a risk assessment is done. PFM is our public financial advisor. They have a fiduciary role to make sure that we're entering into these transactions, that we are in compliance with state statutes, that we're not making poor decisions, and that we're also following certain bond covenants or bond resolutions and those sorts of things. So what you're seeing on the face of this screen is obviously PFM presenting this to you, but I can assure you there's been an extreme amount of work on the backside to make sure they're checking all those boxes off. So we'll do whatever you would like, Mr. Mayor, as far as what information you would like or how you would like us to participate going forward. And that's all I have. If you'd like to hear from Mr. Benton, obviously he was the architect of the 2003 POBs, and he's been involved in this process as well, and he's comfortable just like I am. So I'll hand that off to him as well.
Yeah, Mark, I felt like you and I have talked OPEB for many years now, but if you'd like to offer anything to the conversation now, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, I think there's significant value in proceeding with a transaction like this, given the spread between the current taxable rates and the rate that we're paying to the pension fund to amortize the unfunded liability. I mean, there are a couple elements in a POB that you look at. Jay's already gone over them. Can you issue taxable debt at a rate lower than you're paying on the unfunded liability? That's absolutely yes. It's 450 points of spread right now. Can you invest the bond proceeds at rates that are higher than you're paying on the debt? That's absolutely the case as well. We're going to make more than 2.8%. And can you invest the proceeds at a rate that's at least as high as a return assumption? Over time, we've shown that we can. I assume we're going to invest these proceeds actually the same way we're investing our current proceeds, because we have a very aggressive asset allocation in the pension plans. 75% of those assets right now are invested in stocks. So doing this deal is not going to change the return that we get on the plan going forward. But you essentially, in my mind, you are the point of this is that you are swapping a 2.8% liability to a bondholder for a 7.9% liability to the pension plan. The only issue for me that's out there right now is that you would like to do these deals where there's an inflection point in the market and you know that you're going to have solid returns over the next couple of years, because that also gives you a present value benefit in the pension plan as well as to the plan sponsor. Nobody knows that for sure. Obviously, we've had a fairly long bull run, which makes me gives you a little bit of a pause about that. But overall, I think there's a lot of benefit in moving forward on something like this.
Great, thank you, Mr. Benton. So I am very interested in moving forward. I am completely okay with going through some of those sort of pro forma processes that some of the commissioners have asked for. I think mainly a separate risk analysis done by our auditor. But, when we look at the bond market and what we can get right now, and then our 25 year historical average in our earnings, which is, again, I mean, that would make the 7.9% look conservative. It's highly likely that this is going to have a long-term benefit for our organization. It also adds significant stability to the beneficiaries of the plan. And I don't want to make assumptions on their behalf. There are two boards that represent their plans. But if I am a recipient of, if I'm a beneficiary, whether I'm retired now or will be retired in the next 20 years, this gives me much more confidence in the plan because there's a backstop, a guarantee there for the unfunded liability. So I think it is what's in the best interest of our current, future, and past employees, and also just puts the city on a much more sound financial footing at a time where it's incredibly advantageous to do so based on where the market is today. And so, moving forward, what I think makes sense is we place this on our agenda for next Thursday. Not next Thursday, two Thursdays. We have a fifth Thursday this month. Basically, put on our next City Commission agenda. That should be enough time for the risk analysis to be done, for commissioners to individually follow up with any additional questions they have, for us to talk about where our comfort zone is, whether to do this at all or do it at 80, 90, or 100% level, and then hopefully give direction to the city manager on what path we'd like to see him move forward with. So, that's I think I haven't heard a hard no, and I've heard a couple looks good, but like some more information first, which is completely rational and I think prudent. But that way, I think it is important that we decide this one way or another before the beginning of the next fiscal year. So we can go out and price these and execute the transaction when the market is most favorable to doing so, during this current climate. So, Mr. Glover, could you please take down your screen share? That would help me tremendously.
Yeah, let me.
And thank you very much. Now I can see everybody again. And Mr. Feldman, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. So with regard to the timing, Mayor, I believe we have this scheduled.
I'm sorry, Mayor, did you request public comment?
Not quite yet. Thanks, Larry.
We have this time to come back to you so that we can actually execute.
We don't have any public comment at this time, sir. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. You're good. Go ahead, Lee.
So that we can have the proceeds prior to the end of the fiscal year so that we can effectuate savings for fiscal year 21. So we have a pretty aggressive time. I think we understand the questions that the commission has, and we can bring those back to you in conjunction with the next step, which would be to approve a bond resolution. And we can get you information in the interim. So Jay, if I remember correctly, we have this scheduled for bond resolution for the second meeting in August.
Yeah, again, this is Jay Glover. I think the current timetable contemplates the approval of a bond resolution at August 20th on this financing schedule.
Okay, so that gives us even a little bit more time. So that's fine. Unless there's any objection, we'll just continue along with that plan to schedule that for that meeting. Okay, seeing no objection, thank you very much, Mr. Glover. I appreciate it. Very thorough and helpful presentation. Thank you, Mr. Feldman, and all the finance folks from GRU and general government for bringing this forward. Since Larry's already told us there's no public comment, we will go ahead and move on to our last item, which is an update on the negotiations between the city manager and the superintendent on funding of SROs.
Thank you. And Mayor, Commissioners, I'll be brief on this. On there, I continue to have discussions with the superintendent. My last proposal to her was that we look at getting to full funding in a 3 or 4 year period, recognizing that the school board, like the city, is going through a lot of uncertainty as we approach fiscal year 21 in terms of what impact COVID has on the revenues. As you know, the school board is still trying to figure out how school is going to open next month and under what format and what costs and things along that line. So what I've suggested to the superintendent is that we look at a 3 year true up where we would not seek any increase in fiscal year 21. We would look to getting 75% funded in fiscal year 22 and 100% funded in fiscal year 23. I think that that's a reasonable proposal. She still wanted some time to think about that on there. So I'm waiting to hear back from her on her thoughts, but that's where we are currently. The contract expires on July 31st. We don't have a city commission meeting until August 6th. But my intention is, we will honor the status quo until such time that we're in a situation where we're either at impasse or, which of course I would come back to the commission and seek your guidance, or we have a resolution. So that's where we are right now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would really like to remove any uncertainty from this for fiscal year 21. I've talked with, as I know you all have lots of community members, both pro and con, but a lot more pro than con. And I've talked with our SROs at length. I've gotten some stories from community members, stories from SROs, one of which I want to share with you, and as well as data from our SROs. You all may remember a few weeks ago, a couple months ago now, actually, there was a call to Madison Point Apartments for a domestic violence situation that was really, it was pretty harrowing. We sent a number of officers out. Turns out there could have been a lot of bloodshed there. The reason there wasn't, the reason everybody walked out of the situation alive, is because one of the people involved recognized one of the officers as his daughter's school resource officer. And that changed the entire situation. Now, I won't give away any details more than that, but the presence of that personal connection with a school resource officer who was on a different duty that day, obviously, saved lives. That's not the only time that sort of thing happens. We are not talking about national stories you hear. We're talking about the Gainesville Police Department. We're talking about our opportunity to make sure that we, the Gainesville City Commission, know who the armed officers at Gainesville schools are and how they are trained and how they are assigned. The only way we have input in that is for them to be GPD officers. I don't want to risk that this coming year. So I'm going to go ahead and move that we maintain the status quo for fiscal year 21. Future years, we can have discussion about it, but we are up against the deadline, and that is not the kind of game that I want to play with our children in this community.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second that basically overturns the previous decision that the commission made. Commissioner Sacco.
So after a couple of conversations with the community and countless emails and contacts, I don't dislike the city manager's plan. I would like to see it spread out slightly longer because I agree this year is a difficult year for everyone. It's not an easy decision for anyone to make, to figure out how to get $1 million of funding or any amount of funding in a couple of weeks, given the state of the world. Mr. Manager, you said you were thinking a 3 or 4 year phase. What does the 4-year phase look like? Is it just a smaller cut next year?
It would be, I haven't given the superintendent any particulars, but I would recommend that we went to a 70, a 0, a 70, an 85, and 100.
Okay. So in one of the conversations, thank you, sir. In one of the conversations I had, I told them I'm in favor of not having any changes this year if it means that we give them significant warning that come next year, the school board will have to find a way to fund a portion. And the year after that, another portion, and slowly take on this responsibility in full. So I'm not opposed to the city manager's plan. I do want to stress that at the end of the day, I would like it to be GPD that stays in the building. I would like us to have some kind of say over the quality of officers and the training of armed people that are in our schools. But I also don't want us as a city to pay for something that isn't directly our responsibility. And that's why I'm really in favor of this phase out plan, looking at small increment, I guess, moving away of a phase out. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, you.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be clear, there was never a motion to cut funding in this coming up budget year. It was to enter into negotiations to create a transition plan. I don't think we should, it's very late in the budget process to try to force a hand. I don't want to do that, and I never, with my intention was to have that affect the 2021 budget because it is so close, and that's not the fair way to do it. It's to start the negotiations. I think what the manager, some form of what the manager has put forward to have it start in 2022 and go on for a period of time during that transition is the best way forward. My goal is still to have the GPD as SROs, just I think that the school board should be funding it. So I do want clarification on the motion. Is the motion to stop all negotiations, or is it to make it clearer that it would not affect 2021 budget?
Motion is very simply to not affect fiscal year 2021 funding of the plan.
Okay, so negotiations would still be continued. Is that correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Then I would be supportive of the motion as long as we're still moving forward in negotiations. This is not stopping that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. When will we have something that has been negotiated? What's the date?
If that's a question to me,
I'm driving, and I'm sorry, Lee, I can't hear you very well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm assuming that's a question to me, and the answer is, I mean, I'm waiting for the superintendent to respond to my last offer. I was hoping to get something yesterday or this morning, but did not.
Okay, so I also want to make it very clear that the goal was never for GPD not to be the resource officers. The goal is that I believe the school board should be paying for their mandate. I would be agreeable to a step down within, a matter of a few years, but I don't want to drag this out. Like, is Karen going to come back to you? Is Superintendent Clark going to come back to you within a reasonable amount of time to, negotiate? That's my concern here, is that are we going to be at the same point next year? I would like to put a time frame on the negotiation so that we have an idea of what we're dealing with, that we're not in this exact same position the next year.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Johnson, fair point. So let's get some clarification on the motion. It's to not use our subsidy of school resource officers inside city limits for this coming fiscal year, and that we're directing the city manager to continue negotiating a step down in that subsidy to eventually reach 0% in a matter of, what was there a time frame put on it? 3 years?
Mr. Mayor, that's not the motion. The motion was everything up to the and. We already made the motion to have to negotiate. This doesn't overturn that. The negotiation can go on. This is specific to 2021 funding. That's all.
Okay, Commissioner A. Santos, I thought you asked for some sort of addition or clarification to the motion that Commissioner Ward agreed to.
I asked for clarification, and Commissioner Ward, because you said this overturned the last motion, and I wanted to clarify that that wasn't the case. And Commissioner Ward confirmed that he was not overturning the last motion. So I'm good with the current motion.
Okay, so
it doesn't overturn negotiations. It doesn't stop negotiations.
Okay, so for me, I need some. I can't vote for this unless there's some assurance that it is the intention of the commission that we expect there to be a step down in funding over a period of time. I'm in the same place Commissioner Johnson is. If we're in July of 2021 and the conversations about we're subsidizing the complete cost of SROs in the schools, I am going to be a very unhappy person. And so, you know, I feel like we're putting the city manager in a very difficult spot because we're asking him to go negotiate, but we're not giving him any direction as to what to negotiate. And that's, I don't think, I just don't think that's responsible on our part. So, I mean, I support the motion, I suppose, in its limited specificity. What I'm not happy with is it's not more inclusive of what the expectation of the commission is as to what we want him to work on from that negotiation. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I keep on coming back to the whys. Why are we having this discussion? Why do we want to remove the funding? Why is the school board responding the way that they are? For me, the most important thing is safety at our schools for this subject. There's no price tag on it. So I haven't gotten any indication from the school board of Alachua County that they have ruled out the Guardian program prescribed in Florida law, which is what this all comes down to, which is Florida law requires someone with a firearm be present at the school, whether it's an officer or whether it's a teacher, according to Florida law. So my concern here is not so much with the money that we spend for SROs. My concern here is whether or not us taking away that funding is going to result in unintended consequences that have a direct impact on school safety. So I don't support this. I will support the motion so that we can put this discussion away. They're talking about reopening schools. I'd rather them focus on that right now, to be honest with you. So if the will of the majority of the commission is to go with a phased approach, fine, but I feel compelled to say that we have not gotten any indication as to what the other board is willing or not willing to negotiate. And I haven't heard any clear indications that they wouldn't go to the Guardian program. And frankly, Florida law says they don't have to inform us if they do. They can just silently let teachers start bringing guns to school. So that's where I'm at. That to me is much more important than $900,000. But I hear y'all, and I don't want to go through this next year. So if the will of the majority of commissioners here is a phased out approach, then that's the approach we'll take. But I want to make sure that this commission is made aware of the potential consequences of that action, because we don't have control or say so over what the school board is or ultimately will or won't do allowable by Florida law, because that is the main issue at point here, is that the law mandates this. And so once again, you know, we are forced to work with state mandates that don't make any sense, but they do create consequences that we can be aware of. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Commissioner Johnson does bring up a fair point about the this always happens if we don't put a timeline. I would like for us to see a timeline of 3 or 4 months to try to negotiate something and come back. I think that gives us enough time to deal with the next budget year. So I would like for us to try to put a timeline of 3 to 4 months for the superintendent and both boards and superintendent and city manager to come to a deal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
I agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos. I think 3 or 4 months is sufficient once they figure out how or when schools are opening, to kind of come to an agreement of what phase out approach we can reach. So the motion on the floor as it is, just we aren't touching the SRO funding for the upcoming fiscal year. I agree with it. I'm fine, but I would want it to be amended to include we continue negotiations to see what's possible. And I say that only because we're going to have a vastly different school board. And just like we're held accountable for our actions, I think the school board, if they choose to go with an option that isn't our GPD SROs, they would be held accountable by their actions by the public. And so if they move away from GPD officers, from officers who are highly trained, that would fall on them the same as it would fall on us if we removed all funding today. I trust that the electorate is aware and invested enough that they would take action, they would be upset, and they might see results if the school board threatened to just move away with some guardian program with all of its flaws. So that said, if the maker of the motion doesn't mind adding that negotiation of the next 3 or 4 months to try to come to an agreement for a phase out approach, be it over 3 or 4 years. But I think with a different school board, with a new and ever evolving school board, and knowing that this is our intent, we might get a better negotiation than in the past month, where it might not have been as clear what our goal was. Thank you.
Thanks. And I don't know whether it's going to agree or not, but I hate saying things like 3 or 4 months. Pick one and just stick with it. I hate November 1st or October 31st or something like that. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So here's part of my concern with the whole thing. This is the kind of discussion you have during the course of the year. It's entirely healthy to negotiate during the course of the year. It's not healthy to have a discussion like this within a month of the deadline. And I know sometimes that's just how it happens, but it didn't just happen like that. We made the motion, we just popped it up. That said, I will amend the motion to include that we expect that the manager and the superintendent will continue negotiation of a 4-year phased agreement to be concluded by the end of the calendar year. And I picked that date specifically because that gives COVID emergencies time to be worked through. We're still going to be, things are still going to be up in the air in September, y'all, as far as the schools go and as far as everything else goes, but very specifically the schools. They're still going, I don't care who the school board members are, they're going to have emergencies to deal with that are different than this. And so do we. But that's that's the amended motion to continue the phased, a 4-year phased agreement discussion to be returned to this commission by the end of the calendar year.
Okay, who is the seconder?
I was.
Do you agree to the amendment?
I have a question and a concern about the timeline, just because of what Commissioner Ward just stated. We're still dealing with COVID. And if you were to put a limitation on negotiations and to a definite time period by the end of the calendar year, I'm just concerned about that with so many other COVID-related concerns right now. And I just think that's unfair to be in that position because of the pandemic. Now, if we were not in the middle of a pandemic, yeah, fine. I don't have a problem with that. Because of so many uncertainties right now we're facing, and it's not getting any better. We're going to be faced with flu season around the corner. We're dealing with hurricane season. I just think we have so many other disasters that playing a big part in these negotiations at this particular moment that I am concerned about putting a time limit or a time frame on it. I would rather just have the city manager continue the negotiations and trust him to get the job done. And maybe we can continue to have this conversation, but convince me to agree to a time limit. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and we don't know how long this is going to last.
I'm just counting votes, Commissioner Simmons.
Okay.
So you agree to the amendment, Commissioner Simmons?
I want to hear some more conversation about it. Keep talking to me.
Well, the amendment either fails or it doesn't. I need the seconder to agree, or we're back to the original motion.
And I need for you all to convince me to agree to it. That's what I'm asking for, more dialogue.
Okay.
Why should we put a time limit on it?
Okay, well, I'll give you my opinion. I think if we took no action today, the manager probably would have had an agreement for our next meeting, but that's a moot point at this time. Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, I agree with exactly what you just said. My preference would be my preference would have been for us to have been able to negotiate something, whether or not if it was within 3 or 4 years by the end of this contract period. I believe that could have gotten done. Considering we're at this point in the discussion, clearly that's not going to get done. So, I can support something that is a step down approach. My preference would be 3 years, and it would be with the, at the end of the calendar year, because I believe that if you don't put a time frame on it, then it will linger on and on and on. We've seen that with we've seen that with many governing bodies that we've worked with. So I think that we need a time frame to get to a resolution, and I'm not unreasonable. So a step down approach to me, fine. Overall, we're going to get to where we need to get there. It's going to take us longer than I would like. But as long as we get to where we need to get to, I'm fine. My preference would be 3 years, and definitely by the end of the calendar year. There are many, many things that I can say that are unfair with some of what's happening in Gainesville and with the school board. So, I don't necessarily know if that's a valid point. What I will say is that I'm not unreasonable. Step down approach is fine, and I believe that we do need to put a time frame on it.
Okay, thank you. You're cutting out a little bit there, Commissioner, but I think we got most of what you were saying. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It seems like the amendment has not been added to the motion. I will put forward a motion similar to Commissioner Ward's once we finish the voting on this, because I think that's the best path forward.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sacco.
Well, I was going to say that my reason for, the end of the calendar year, I think that's plenty of time. That's about 4 months and a little over, if I can do math. But I don't think anything stops us from giving it more time. So if it's December 1st and the city manager says, it's the holidays and people might not, but we're really close, I don't think that would stop us from saying, well, we'll give you another month after, after the holidays. So I would want a time limit, because I from the other side, not in this chair, have seen so many things go, yeah, we'll talk about it. And then they get lost in the ether and we never see them again. And I think given that this is a time sensitive issue when it comes to the next budget, so we're not here again in fiscal year 2022, we need to have that limitation. And if that's, 4 months and then we have to extend it for a month to finalize things, I'm okay with that. But we need to set some kind of limit expectation where it just can't be a protracted conversation for the next year. And I think that's why, and I'm pretty sure that I would have to second the motion that Commissioner Hayes Santos makes if this one can't go forward. Because I think we need to have that conversation. We need to phase out. And I personally think 4 years might be sufficient because it's not as hard a hit. We don't know how long we'll be dealing with COVID. You're right, Commissioner Simmons. We don't know what hurricane season could bring us, but it's a conversation that needs to happen. It's an agreement that we need to understand what everyone's roles will be for the next couple of years.
And I agree with the concept, and I totally agree with it. But my only objection is giving a 4-month limitation to right now. I don't think that's a good time. I don't think that's right for right now. I'm okay with the step down approach. I have no problem with that. But for us to add to the motion to amend it to put a 4-month time frame on it, I'm not with that.
Okay, so the motion does not get amended. We have a motion on the floor to not reduce any funding for SROs in fiscal year 21. Larry, do we have any members of the public to speak to the motion or the item at all?
Yes, sir, we do. Matthew Walters is on the line. Mr. Walters?
Yes, good evening. First, thank you for your consideration to let me speak on this subject. I had the privilege of serving as a school resource officer supervisor for GPD. And I just wanted to share some information that might clarify some issues. The budget for the school resource officer unit, to my knowledge, is $2.1 million annually. And the school district pays $1.2 million in their contract for last year. The SROs serve 185 days for the schools, and the remainder of their work days are for the city. So basically 71% of their time, they serve the schools, and the remainder of the percentage of their time, they serve the city in youth programs, working in patrol, etc. The 100% that we're asking the school district to pay, I hope is 100% of the time that they are in schools, not asking them to pay 100% of the annual costs for SROs. I don't think that would be fair to ask them to pay for the times that the SROs are working for the city. The $60,000 per SRO that they currently pay now is pretty close to that 71%. I just wanted to share that with you, and thank you for your time.
Mayor, we had one other speaker on the line, Nathan Scott, and I wasn't sure whether he wanted to speak to this item or not. Mr. Scott?
Yes, Larry, I want to speak to this item, and also we got cut off previously. So good afternoon, Nathan Scott. So I think it's interesting that the commission is proceeding from its prior motion, which was a knee-jerk reaction to defund SROs for 2021 and beyond. It just shows how, petulant, spoiled children you are, where you want everything on your own terms. Basically, you're stating unequivocally that you want GPD officers in schools within the city limits, but you don't want to pay for them. Do you know how hypocritical that is, commissioners? Likewise, you guys got $15,000 to give to undocumented persons of taxpayer money. But apparently giving our taxpayer money to undocumented persons is more important and takes precedent over funding the safety of our school children. You guys need to get your priorities straight. And secondly, there were one or more callers that did not get to speak on the prior issue, Mayor Poe, due to technical difficulties. And that was with respect to the pension. And I want to just say for the record, and I'll speak when it comes before the commission again, but the underfunded pensions are yet another example of the failed governance of Mayor Poe and the Gainesville City Commission. You can't find the money to fully fund the pension obligations, but again, you just gave away $15,000 of taxpayer money to undocumented persons rather than addressing these financial challenges of your own failed leadership. And that needs to stop. We need to be fiscally responsible, commissioners, and that's a textbook example where Mayor Poe, you've been a city commissioner or mayor for over a decade. How is our pension obligation so underfunded? And I also want to echo the concerns. There's a lot of risk in this PFM study. You need to read the fine print because they're saying risk after risk after risk. I want to echo Mr. Benton's concerns about the fact that the market is at an all-time high. That's the other mistaken assumption that you guys aren't considering. Yes, interest rates are low. The market's at an all-time high. Furthermore, this risk assessment that needs to be performed needs to take into account the likelihood, since you're investing heavily in equities, of bankruptcies. Because you guys claim you have MBAs on the commission, most of which have criminal convictions. Y'all might want to think about what happens to common stockholders when they get wiped out in the bankruptcy. Thank you.
Anybody else, Larry?
No, sir.
And I understand some members of the commission were frustrated with me allowing Mr. Scott to speak on items not before us, but if he was cut off or not allowed to speak on the last issue, then I think it was only respectful to allow him to speak on it at this point. Mr. Feldman, you wanted to, I think, respond to the issue of whether we're asking the school board to pay for officers not performing their duties as SROs.
Correct. We're only looking at the 180-day period.
Right. Which is what we do now. When they're not working at schools, for example, during the summer, we're paying for those officers out of our own budget. Let's move to a vote, Madam Clerk. The motion on the floor is to not reduce funding for SROs in the coming fiscal year.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes 6-1 with Johnson in dissent. Commissioner Hayes Santos, did you have a follow-up motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we continue forward with the negotiations for the 4-year transition timeline starting in FY 2022, and that we have a goal of negotiations being completed by the end of the calendar, or by December 31st, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Sacco. Madam Clerk, will you move to a vote on that?
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
No.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
No.
Commissioner Ariola?
No.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Mayor Poe?
Aye, that motion passes 4-3 with Ward, Simmons, and Ariola in dissent. I believe we have reached the conclusion of our business for the day. Yes, we have. Thank you all. I hope you didn't miss dinner. And this meeting is adjourned.
What's dinner?